Crashed my stream. She crashed my stream with all of her spamming in the comments. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened. She crashed the stream like Clifford at the beginning of Clifford, where he gets him to bring the airplane down so he can go to Dinosaur World. That's what Ashley did to my live stream. I had 3 people watching. Okay, now we're gonna have to start over. It's because I was talking about Hunter's laptop, wasn't it? Because I blew the lid on. I blew the lid on Hunter's laptop, and so my fucking stream died. I don't know. Maybe it's because, I don't know. If I have my phone in a particular location, the thing freezes up. The thing's a piece of shit. I mean, my phone, it's been just over 2 years, so its planned obsolescence is probably supposed to kick in. Love you, Ashley. Now go to sleep. Please, stop spamming the chat. For the love of God, stop spamming the chat. Clifford, please, please, Clifford. You want to go stay with your Uncle Martin for a few days? We need a break. We need a break. Yeah, so Julian Assange is free. Yeah, Friday. What am I supposed to do? I'm in this endless cycle. I cannot get out of it. I don't know how to get rid of, I don't know how to get out of this. I wish there was a block function in real life, because I would block Ashley. If I could press a button and block Ashley right now, I would do it. But it's not that simple. You can't do that, really. It's not that simple. Yeah, well, the truth hurts. Alright, alright, I was just kidding, Ashley. It was just a joke. This is the video that started it all. Remember this? I tried to watch it the other day. It's Donald Trump Says China. I remember, you'll see it in if you go back and watch my vlogs. I documented the whole Trump era. It's very well documented. I'm sorry. Yes, Ashley, it was just a joke. It was a joke. You can't take a joke. Okay, fine. Please stop spamming the chat. Can I get a moderator in here? Can we get Ashley out of the chat somehow? The toxic is insane. Look at the all caps. It's a very toxic, that's got to be some kind of red flag. We kid because we love Ashley, okay? Love you, Ashley. Love you. Okay? Now, please, for the love of God, just let me talk about Donald Trump saying China. And how this started. I mean, the president has been a TV character since Ronald Reagan. People do not really take the presidency very seriously. They think the government sucks. And, you know, that's why people love George Bush, because they thought he was funny. They'd like to have a beer with him. He was the candidate you'd like to have a beer with. And so Trump is just the ultimate negative manifestation of just like, hey, he's funny, who gives a fuck? Either way, it's lesser of two evils. They both suck. Both sides suck. Let's elect the funnier guy. Let's elect the guy who's more fun to watch. Biden's no fun. He just shits his pants at D-Day. Yeah, okay. Friday, yes. Now, please. One thing I want to get into is I want to talk about white people barbershops, like these Black Keys barbershops that are everywhere. That's like, everything now is either like a tattoo fucking, this is how you get a job if you're, I don't know, a millennial white person, white guy. If you want to be cool, it's like you have to be a tattoo artist, or like you work in some kind of fucking metrosexual meets like Sons of Anarchy, like barbershop. You know, it's all of these guys are just obsessed with like, you know, what number did you use on my fucking you know, buzz or whatever on the clippers. You know, and it's like if the Black Keys was like a fucking barbershop. It's like every city's got one of these. They got a Black Keys taco place. They got a Black Keys barbershop. And it's like, why are these guys... I mean, I knew our generation was going to be well-groomed when Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, the original, came on, which I watched in college. Yeah, good poem, Ashley. Good poem, okay? Now, please, for the love of God, just can you not say anything else in the chat? Please, Clifford. We'll edit this out later. We'll edit this out. I mean, okay, Ashley. Goodbye. Goodbye now. Yeah, there's just a preponderance. It's either tattoos. Everybody's getting sticker sleeves. Every Gen Z person thinks like getting like, you know, a bunch of butterflies and fucking ribbons tattooed on their fucking arm and like this kind of, it looks like a desktop. They look like little desktop icons in a way. Yeah, this is Ashley's vlog, okay? This is part of my, I thought, you know, for old time's sake, even though I'll probably get totally copyright sniped on this, I loaded a lot of nice visuals into a playlist from, you know, headquarters here, from Scenes from a Life, live streaming, Rotcore International Headquarters. This is my video command center. This guy gave me this flat screen TV when I was moving my shit out of my storage. This guy was moving his stuff, and he just had this flat screen TV on the sidewalk. He's like, "You want this TV? Just take it." And okay, good night, Ashley. Oh, there's so much. Can somebody subsidize my therapy? I mean, I'm gonna need serious work. When this is, anyway, we're vlogging the bro barbershops. This is, I guess, just like white people idea of culture. I don't know, for some reason, it's all about manicuring yourself now. If you're a guy, I guess that's what incels do. But even like, the idea of like what a hot, you know, mogging bop of a guy now is like, you know, very like fade, you know, like some kind of very crisp fade with like a mushroom kind of black hair and like super looks maxed out. Everybody wants to look like some kind of AI Kardashian. They're bussin', you know, no cap. Yeah, when I went to, I mean, the thing about Brighton Beach, I did a broadcast yesterday from Brighton Beach. You know, New York is really only gentrified, like, in the center in a lot of ways. You know, like, if you go out towards the edges, it kind of frays. And, like, Coney Island, the vibe out there is a little bit more kind of like the old New York. It's like, there's all these kind of intimidating... I mean, any teenagers walking around together just look like a gang. They look intimidating. You know, if you see 5 teenagers walking... This is why they force adults to have jobs. Because if adults didn't have jobs, they'd just be walking around together, like in these groups, like at the beach. Just hanging out at the beach all day, like smoking za. And causing trouble. Being up to no good. And so, I don't know, maybe I'm just older. I just stick out there, I guess. You know, all the hipsters go to Rockaway. They don't really go to fucking Coney Island. You know, the rippers, they get a rippers and shit out in Rockaway because that's the A train, that's the L train. Brighton is like a whole other vibe. And I like the, you know, kind of, thuggish, ruggish kind of bone of it all, but oh my god, you gotta go to the vasectomy bazaar. I had these salmon burritos. I guess I talked about that already, but there's a whole world of cuisine out there, and it's cheaper, sort of. I walked into this bodega. They had waters by the door, right? You know, Poland Spring or whatever. Bottled water. And I'm thinking, we're by the beach. They're gonna exploit me. Who knows? This will probably be $1.50. You know, I think there's some things that should just cost $1. You know, I guess with inflation, the world has changed. $5 is like $1 now. But there are some things that should just cost $1. One of which is a bottle of water. If you walk into a bodega in New York, a bottle of water should cost $1. Period. I don't care where you are. Anybody that's charging more than $1, it's extortion. You know how much those fucking 24 packs of water cost. It's like $4 for 24. So it's a tremendous markup. I don't care what your overhead is. When you're selling people water, I mean, it's already privatized. People are talking about, oh, in the future, you're going to... It's already privatized. Everybody's drinking bottled water, getting microplastics in their fucking colon. We're like 90% microplastics at this point. You know, we're 76% water, we're 90%, we're 95% microplastic. And, great. Now, no one is watching because my stream crashed. And I got into it. See, that's great that I get into it right at the beginning of the stream with Ashley. So everybody can see the ugly side of things. And it can just give people weird vibes, bad vibes. In any case, so I go into this bodega, and I ask the guy, you know, how much for the water? He's like, 50 cents. So they're good people out there. They're just trying to help each other. You know, you kind of see that in these communities that are less kind of gentrified, more kind of immigrant communities. Like, it's a lot of Russian people. You hear them speaking Russian. Even here, it's like, you know, the grocery store I go into is like everybody's speaking Russian in there, you know. It's like they want to help each other, kind of. You know, they're not just trying to rip each other off. You know, you go into the vasectomy bazaar. You know, this fucking salmon burrito thing, I couldn't believe it was under $3. You know, it's like, you can't find anything for under $3 anymore, let alone a smoked salmon fucking, like, Chipotle burrito with, like, this nice sauce, good cooking. You know, I think in this country, just, like, that we don't know how to cook. Nobody cooks. You know, they microwave dinners, delivering food. These fucking, what is it now? It's like these food delivery where it's like you get 24 meals in these pre-made packages and you just heat them up. It's like these are ways of atomization. They're atomizing our time. They're atomizing our whole lives, so we'll just work all the fucking time. You don't have time to cook. Cooking takes time, but it also, it ties you together with generations and other people. You know, a lot of times when you learn to cook, it's because you're spending time in the kitchen with your grandma or whatever. I guess. I don't know. I'm a American from kind of the prefabricated consumer, you know, in culture where everything's just plastic and, like, you just heat it up. Your dinner's just microplastics. It's Hungry Jack or whatever. You know, when I was a little kid, they had TV dinners with, like, chicken nuggets and fucking... And so, like, there's just, it's only hyper intensifying this kind of atomization where they're just like, we're in a renter, you know, you're not gonna own anything and you're gonna be totally happy, right? You're just gonna rent fucking Adobe Premiere, you're gonna rent your fucking city bike, you're gonna rent your fucking apartment, you're gonna have to work forever because once you stop making money, how the fuck are you going to afford to keep paying your rent? You know, it's just like you never build up anything. You never get ahead. It's just an endless fucking treadmill. So we got that to look forward to, which is nice. Working in the bro barbershop, shave, haircut. It's so expensive for a haircut now. Is this what people are doing for fun? They're going and getting fucking haircuts? I mean... Because, I mean, does it function, not to be racial, but does it function like black people barbershop culture? Like, barbershop culture is like community. It's like where people go to talk, hear the news, you know, it's like, it's a third place completely. Is that what white people are doing in their black key barbershops? In their bro barbershops? Are they going and they're bullshitting and they're shooting the shit and... Is it like a community fucking space for them to, like, talk and hear the news? And I don't know what goes on in these white people barbershops. I cut my own hair. How is this such a huge business? You know, well, these men are, like, obsessed with the meticulousness of their appearance, I guess. Even though they just wear fucking t-shirts and, like, jeans that are made out of plastic. Like those kind of stretchy jeans that you get at like H&M or whatever the fuck. That's like everything now is like some kind of stretchy fucking like skinny jean that just like hugs your big massive thighs that you do at like leg day. These are the men that I see. They've all got like kind of post Dan Bilzerian, but like super clean kind of beards, and then they're like kind of fade. It's like their haircuts are digital. You know, the precision of the kind of gradient of the fade now is like digital. You know, it's just our reality is being turned inside out, where things are imitating the digital. They're imitating the look of the computer. Like, right, like every business is like designed to go on fucking Instagram now, because they need people to take pictures of it and share it and make videos about it and fucking put it on TikTok or whatever. And it feels like the fucking beards and the haircuts and shit. Why are men so obsessed with their fucking... Because isn't a beard supposed to be this kind of like wild, like fucking Grizzly Adams? I mean, we're just a Gilded Age. I guess that's what happened every Gilded Age. If you look at back like the 1880s, all those motherfuckers had like big mutton chop. They were all, you know, they all expressed themselves through some kind of like beard pattern. That's where we're at now. But it's metrosexual, I guess, right? Like, is this a feminization of masculinity, that guys are so meticulous and they've got oils and nose hair trimmers and all different kinds of fucking trimmers and shit, and they're all, I mean, do they wear, is this what women want? I think it's like a misconception. I think, you know, this is why guys go to the gym constantly. You know, they think if they get like super jacked, or, well, our culture is just obsessed with fucking physical fitness and stuff because it's just part of the activity and the crystal meth that everybody's on. It's like, it goes hand in hand with being a workaholic, you know, being a fucking running club person. All those people are finance cokeheads, you know. It's like that. They work 80 hours a week and then they go on the West Side Highway and fucking run for fucking you know, an hour a day in 90-degree heat. It's like, it's not, they want to distract people from thinking, right? I think a lot of what's going on in our society, they're just trying to increase people's stress as much as they possibly can. Like, increase people's commute, increase the cost of everything, cost of gas, cost of, you know, your super commuter, so you got to pay for all this fucking gasoline. Your car, your insurance is going up. Homeowners insurance is like exploding. Credit card debt is out of control. Of course, people's rent. It's like they're just, and then the social media, right? Just is like this constant anxiety loop of just like, here's how bad shit is. Here's how fucking, you know, divided you are. This person has something that you don't. They've got more followers. They're hotter. They've got, you know, blah, blah, blah. They're more successful. You know, they're eating better food than you. They're traveling. They just have a nicer life. They've got kids. You have nothing. You're just in a pit of despair. And, you know, it's just designed to make us go insane. You know, I don't know. It's so we all get on fucking antidepressants. So we all get on fucking, so they can medicate us, because that's a whole fucking industry. The pharmaceutical industry, right, is one of the biggest fucking money-making industries there is in this goddamn country, where healthcare is just a privilege, frankly. If you're able to afford to have doctors take care of you, that's the difference. You know, that's a fucking caste system right there. People who can go to the doctor versus people who can't go to the doctor. People who have to work when they're fucking sick. You know, how bad is that? They're trying to destroy us, okay? Julian Assange tried to tell us Hillary's emails, Hunter Biden's laptop, okay? Now watch, my feed is going to mysteriously go out any minute now, because I'm spelling the truth about the guns and the crack. And, yeah, so, you know, they want to separate us from our parents. They want to separate us from our families, from our siblings, politically. You know, anybody that's got different politics from us. And it's just driving us insane. How much more can we take? How much more fucking stress that we can take? I mean, we're all making videos, yapping, trying to blow off steam and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. I'm losing viewers. I had 2 viewers. I don't know how to keep people. I can't break through. Nobody cares about my sort of mediocre points that I'm making. I guess everybody knows this stuff already. This shit is already an assumption. But I don't know. In this society, it feels like they are driving us to some kind of breaking point, and it feels intentional. You know, if somebody like Peter Thiel is willing to give Hulk Hogan millions of dollars in this Gawker kind of like political strategic lawsuit that like is going to destroy the fucking media, you know, it's like those people are driving a lot of the choices that we have to deal with. You know, they're funding the fucking apps that we all conduct our fucking lives through. And they're driving these kind of political divisions. You know, I do agree with the idea. I mean, I think that wokeness is important. It's long overdue to have like a spectrum of visibility and people feeling seen and representation and all that stuff. But I also don't like that it sort of picks out and tokenizes certain people to win, and so we're like all supposed to get on board with it. But you know, it tells us that just like we're inherently bad and there's nothing we can do about it. You know, it's giving the kind of responsibility of the colonialism, just like everything. It's like these massive systems want to disinherit their own responsibility for pollution, for, you know, global warming, and it's our fault because we don't recycle. It's our fault because we have privilege. It's our fault because we're racist or something. And it's like everybody's obsessed with not being racist, and everybody's obsessed with like not being politically incorrect. And it's just like the thing about Occupy Wall Street, which was kind of the last big political kind of left movement before Trump, was other than then there was Black Lives Matter, but you know, even that is something that like feels kind of socially engineered. You know, the message of Occupy Wall Street was we are the 99%, meaning 99 out of 100 of us have more in common than we do with this 1% that are fucking everybody else by buying up all the houses, raising the rent, raising the food prices, having monopoly, right? Consolidating their power and using it to charge us whatever the fuck they want, give their executives huge bonuses, give their stockholders fucking buybacks, whatever. And just, you know, turn millionaires into billionaires, turn billionaires into trillionaires, rather than sharing the fucking wealth. And, you know, wokeness to some degree kind of turns that lens away from those fucking people. You know, we're no longer blaming the billionaire class or the CEO class or the shareholder class. I mean, if you wanted to cut our society into haves and have-nots, it's people that own a lot of stocks and people who fucking don't. You know, that's where all the fucking money goes, and that's all we ever fucking care about with the goddamn economy, is how the goddamn stock market is doing. And it's got nothing to do with working at all. Unless you have a 401k, then you're sort of roped into it and you're like, you have to play ball with it, you know? Then it becomes like something that you are invested in. Pun intended. But you know, they point the blame at us and tell us it's our fault. We need to go out of our way, and it's depressing. You know, it just makes everybody feel like you have to subjugate your own, and it vilifies us all to each other. You know, everybody's pointing at each other and going, you know, we can't date anymore. You know, there's a gender divide. People, you know, online dating is probably driving that. The sexes discussed with each other. You know, we're just, women hate men, men hate women. The races are all alienated from each other. The fucking Israel-Palestine is also another issue that is just driving like huge fucking wedges. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Scapegoating on the unprivileged. It's like the meaning of the word privilege was changed. You know, it went from being privileged, the 1%, people who have fucking yachts and shit, you know, people who go to private school, people with Curtis Yarvin money, Nepo babies. That's privilege. You know, I mean, that's what the word used to mean. And now it's just like if you're a white person, you're privileged. Even if you're Johnny Paycheck. Even if you're on the fucking, you know, a roofer on the bottom of, you know, getting taxed and all this kind of shit, doing chaw, you're privileged. And like, okay, you know, fine. That's a layer. That's definitely a layer of what's going on. There's no doubt about it. But it's not the principal driver of fucking like, you know, what has happened since that conversation started. You know, if you look at what has happened economically since, let's say, 2019 and today in the last 5 years, it's absolutely fucking insane, the wealth transfer that has happened. While, you know, all of the woke representation, and now we have gay lesbian witches in Star Wars movies, and fucking, you know, Pride is like Chase Bank, you know, is celebrating Pride Month and all this shit. It's like, all that's going to do is create a lot of fucking resentment in a lot of people. Because now they're just going to go, well, you know, these fucking people are getting more than I'm getting. And it's just because, why are they getting all this attention? Why are they getting all this free shit? And, so everyone is being discouraged, disempowered. Even fucking people that are like influencers and shit are like killing themselves and have no fucking self-esteem and are like in this kind of bottomless hole that they can never fill with like, yeah, exactly. Well, hopefully, I mean, I in a certain way, I hope there is a goddamn crash. You know, like, what difference would it make to us? The crash has already happened for us. You know, if you look at the cost of everything and the amount of money that people make over the last 5 fucking years, like, the crash has already happened for us. We'll never fucking buy a house. We'll never, you know, we can barely stay afloat, like, renting and shit. We're already pushed to the absolute limit where we, you know, now we live on the fucking edges. You know, people in Columbus, Ohio, where I'm from, they all moved to fucking Dayton and shit now, which is like an hour and a half from where they're from, and it's like, because they can't afford anything. You know, Columbus is getting all these fucking data centers and shit, and it's like the people there are like stoked about, oh my god, it's going to be the Silicon Valley of the Midwest. It's like, for one thing, I think they're exploiting the power grid. You know, one of the fucking big scandals in Ohio over the past 10 years is this householder thing, where they took all this fucking money, like $60 million from AEP or whatever it was, to put in nuclear power or something. It's like, the Great Lakes are going to become increasingly more and more a desirable place to live as global warming happens, and as these fucking tech centers, they need so much goddamn electricity to power this shit that, like, you know, places like Buffalo, New York, where they've got a huge dam where power is cheap, you know, or Columbus, Ohio, it's like they want to put a data center there to store all our live streams and all our fucking information so they can map the AI on it or whatever. And it's like the places, all that fresh water in the Great Lakes, Cleveland is going to be like Miami. You know, probably 30 or 40 years from now, Cleveland will be like fucking Miami. It'll be like Austin, Texas or something, you know, except the next Silicon Lake, I don't know, what the fuck are they going to call Cleveland? The mistake on Silicon Lake. I mean, you know, in the 1800s, Cleveland was like this, you know, wealthy, fucking booming place. All the Rust Belt kind of Great Lakes. So, I don't know. I don't trust any of it. You know, all these fucking data centers, all this bullshit. It's like, those aren't jobs that are going to be given to people from Columbus, Ohio. They're just going to import a bunch of fucking nerds. Or they'll get AI to do it. You know, they'll just have AI fucking... That's what's, like, increasingly scary about this moment that we're in. It's just like, it feels like there's all of these systematic changes all of these extremes. We're being driven to all these extremes. The politicians are all bought up. They're not listening to us. I saw that guy Jamal Bowman lost his fucking primary. He got primaried, just like AOC primaried the guy. Yeah, East Palestine. There you go. Jamal Bowman was like part of the squad. I think he was super, you know, anti-genocide, pro-Palestine. I think the squad is kind of a good example of like, it's good that they were there, you know, like that's representation. It was exciting. It was like, you know, that is the future of America. That is like the new face of America. But at the same time, it's like, what did they get accomplished? You know, I don't know. I guess they voted their consciences, but are they all gonna lose their fucking primaries? I don't know. Uh, you know, and nobody wants to be political. Nobody wants to like live in this constant fucking stressing. And like, what can we even do? We're gonna vote for Biden. That's our only choice. So he's like, they've rigged the game. It's like you either get psychotic dictator Trump, who God knows what he's capable of. I mean, you know, maybe there will just be some more kind of passive takeover of this country through foreign interests. You know, Trump seems to be on Russia's side. You know, maybe there won't be as much war, but it's like, he'll be in charge of everything. I don't know, man. So it's just bleak, you know. It's like there needs to be an Occupy style revolution, right? I mean, you know, the George Floyd protests were sort of like that. It was a massive civil uprising. I mean, they canceled everybody's work. They told them to stay home. They gave them all this money. People were bored as fuck. It was summertime. They wanted to go outside. What the fuck did they expect was going to happen? Of course, you know, hundreds of that. You know, it was unprecedented, those fucking protests. I saw, and maybe this is just more racist information, that the internet seems to stoke this kind of stuff and kind of like encourage just kind of any idiot. You know, now look at how many people don't believe that the moon landing happened. You know, I mean, that's even something that I question now. Because, I mean, any idiot can get in the comment section and go, you know, how did they call the fucking, you know, from the moon? I can't even get Wi-Fi signal. Or, like, you know, how did they broadcast a video from the moon in the late 60s and, like, they didn't even have this or that? It's like, okay, those are kind of interesting points. I don't know. How the fuck did they do that? You know, so it's just like, I read this book by Jane Jacobs about a decade ago. I got it from the Brooklyn Public Library, Dark Age Ahead. You know, which at the time it was Obama era. It was right after Bush presidency. So, like, it was, you know, things hadn't totally hit the fan yet. I mean, 9/11 kind of happened to us and the wars and everything, but, like, people were still kind of, like, just living in their kind of, you know, Chipotle burrito was $6.25 for most of my adult life. It was certainly not more than, like, $8 for most of my adult life. You know, that was Occupy era. Why the fuck did I start talking about this? I don't know why I started talking about this. God, I might. Okay. Well, thank you for watching, guys. Let me just re-up here. I don't know. it's just weird how, especially like art people, you know, like in art world, in fucking creativity, like there was a little bit of that, you know, but it wasn't really like, most people were too cool. You know, thinking about politics, talking about politics was not really like a cool thing. Everybody was still kind of like, what up, Michigan? Thank you for watching, Stony Poo. I'm from Ohio, so. Um, and then with once Trump happened, it just became like, you know, all politics all the time. And people just all of a sudden acted like they were fucking experts and hard line about everything. Everybody's a goddamn socialist. Everybody's goddamn, you know, has like very fucking informed, specific opinions, and like that's their whole everything. And it's like, God, it's hard not to feel like you kind of got thrown under the bus. You know, all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, TikTok enables racism. Okay, so the thing, it was saying that there you go. If you look at the homicide rate amongst African Americans before and after George Floyd, it actually shot up when the George Floyd thing happened. And it's like, you know, have things improved? Everybody came out and said abolish the police, defund the police. You know, that was good. There was a lot of truth to that. I mean, this is, you know, the problem is not like the government. It's like these police. What's up, Bruce Holiday? Thank you for watching. We got a boomer. Okay, boomer in the chat. Watch out, everybody. It's gonna get divisive here. We're gonna be blaming the boomers for everything. It's their fault. They trashed the planet, and they left us with the bill. It's I guess the credit card debt is exploding in this country, but who cares? I mean, everybody's doom spending. I think everyone is secretly waiting for an apocalypse. Like, this planet is just too hard. We have to work too hard. We have no health care. There's barely any fun to be had. There's no, you know, nobody wants to date anybody. You can't get an abortion. They're gonna outlaw the Plan B pill. We're trapped in a 6-3 fucking conservative Supreme Court. If Trump gets reelected, that's game over, I guess, unless you're really just ready to get rich off the end of the world. You know, if you're ready to get rich off of like the fall and the, you know, environmental. A lot of people talk about how America is like a direct parallel to the Roman Empire. I have not studied it. So I could not tell you if they had woke politics in ancient Rome. Was that their downfall, the woke politics? Did they have a Hunter's laptop? You know, did they have a Hillary's emails in ancient Rome? Did they have like Caligula's emails? I mean, Caligula was Trump, right? I mean, right? It's excess. It's idiocracy. I think that's a Roman word, idiocracy. Comes from the Latin, meaning we're fucking stupid and, you know, we're... You just watched it all happen. You know, we just watched it happen over the last fucking 30 years. Like, you know, some car crash that you're just like, can we stop this? We can't stop this. We're just like stunned. I mean, 9/11 was just such a brutal way to get everybody's attention, and I do think it was a controlled demolition. That's right, YouTube. Okay? Is the AI scrubbing my audio for controversial opinions? Is YouTube going to censor me and shadow ban me? I do think it was a controlled demolition, okay? The way the buildings fell. was just like when you see fucking, like, buildings being demoed. But, I don't know. I'm not sure what the hell to do. You know, are we going to be in a civil war? Are we going to be in World War III? Are we already in World War III? You know, getting on the internet and talking about it doesn't seem to help. Jamal Bowman got primaried. So we have to be accelerationists. That's kind of a dumb idea. I thought I'd be an accelerationist about my tooth problems. That was really stupid. Accelerationism is just a bad idea. There you go. 9/11 felt scripted from my memory. That's interesting. I mean, I heard if you look at the most common birthdays, like 4 out of 5, in fact, it might be all of them. All of the most common birthdays are around 9/11. They're all like September 10th, September 8th, September 9th, or September 19th. They're all around. I don't think September 11th is one of the most common birthdays, but I think it's probably because it's about 9 months after New Year's Eve and all that. But, you know, the sky was perfect that day. I think the fact that it happened on 9/11, you know, that coup that they did in Chile in the 70s happened on 9/11. And I think that was when they overthrew Allende or whatever. And so, you know, that was a CIA overthrowing a government in a systematized way. They did it on this date, 9/11. I think that was, you know, 9/11 was like a remake in a way. They just took the title and it's an iconic date, you know, 9/11. If it would have happened on 9/28, would we talk about it the same way? Like, I guess we would, but it wouldn't have the same kind of metaphorical power as it does. You know, 911, emergency phone number, you know, and I don't know, there's probably some kind of satanic numerology. Yeah, the Tower 7 thing, I definitely remember that happening. I definitely remember, you know, we watched it at school. My teacher ran into the room and, like, all we did the rest of the day was, like, watch 9/11 over and over and over again. Watch the towers collapse on replay. Watch all the different angles as they came in, you know. So this guy had a video camera. He filmed it from the street or whatever. We got some new footage of it. Come check it out, kids. You're 16 years old. You're about to draft age. You're about to, you know, be eligible to be human fucking, fodder. But, yeah, it wasn't until, like, later that day, like 5 or 6 at night or something, that the Tower 7 collapsed. And it's like, I guess I could see that. Maybe it was fucked up from the 2 big-ass buildings falling, but, I mean, it was so grim, and it was so vivid. I mean, I heard somebody call 9/11, like, the most profound, effective piece of, like, art that has been made of the last 25 years, and, like, it was a spectacle. It was absolutely, you know, this iconic... The buildings even look like 9/11. You know, they look like an 11. It does feel like some kind of satanic ritual, to be honest. It happened right after the millennium. I mean, George Bush took office, I think, January 20th, 2001, right? The election was November 2000. Al Gore got it stolen. They stole the fucking election. You know, his brother was the governor. His dad was in the fucking CIA. You know, it's like, these were not coincidences. It wasn't just like, oops, whoops. You know, it's like they stole the fucking election. The dude became the president. 9 months later, 9/11 happened. Like, maybe he didn't fucking know about it, but it was definitely fucking engineered to create forever war so they could transfer taxpayer money from the United States fucking... You know, it's a wealth transfer. They're taking all of the fucking money from all the dumbass working people in this country who are just sheep, all the sheeple, all the taxpayers, and they're laundering it and transferring it to a transnational security elite. And all those guys were on the boards of those fucking companies and shit. Black Rock or whatever it was. Fucking Halliburton. It was a win for them. They got their oil. They got their Christian fascist, crusade on. They got to kill Saddam Hussein. They didn't give a fuck about Bin Laden. Fuck Bin Laden. Let Obama do it. Let somebody else. We don't really want to kill that motherfucker. He's like my cousin, basically. House of Bush, House of Saud. Connect the dots, sheeple. I mean, I guess everything looks purposeful in hindsight, but they wanted to create forever wars, and they did. I mean, think about how many trillions of dollars. Those wars lasted 20 fucking years. It was like they were spending $1 trillion like every 3 months or something. Yeah, and it was like this horrific snuff film. It was something that really we should not have seen, to be honest. It was like the worst violence you could imagine. People jumping out of the buildings. It was like a fucking Saw movie, All of the gory details and all of the specific, it's like it was meant to traumatize the fuck out of everybody and leave an indelible, unforgettable, never forget, right? Never forget. And I hate talking about it so much because I do talk about 9/11 more than anybody. I'm the only person that's like still talking about 9/11 like all the time. It's been 25 years. That's kind of crazy. I mean, to Gen Z, I don't know what it means to them. To Gen Alpha, like, what the fuck do the Rizzy, mogged out bops think of 9/11? Like, they've never had a 9/11. I guess the pandemic was their 9/11, but that wasn't the same. 9/11 was like this it was like watching Jerry Bruckheimer Armageddon, but real. It was like the perfect, New York is the media capital of the fucking world. They know there's going to be fucking, cameras everywhere on this fucking thing. It's right in this crystal blue sky, perfectly framed. Those towers were picturesque. And they knew what the fuck they were doing. These defense contractors, these CIA boys. This ain't their first rodeo, They're heavy demolitions experts. They probably fucking, rigged the whole tower with C4 and shit. The true story of 9/11 someday will be told. I just feel bad. I mean, could you imagine how I mean, it's that's part of the titillating kind of, people, video and movies have become such a powerful hypnotizing force, in our world, where it's just like all we do is watch fucking Hollywood movies, TV shows, behavior patterning, military fucking shows, army shows. Donald Sutherland died. He was in a bunch of World War II movies. He's in Kelly's Heroes. He's in MASH. That was Korea, but he's in the Dirty Dozen. Fucking Donald Sutherland is in the fucking Dirty Dozen, for Christ's sake. That they should have led the obituary with that. Donald Sutherland, Fellini's Casanova, and one of the Dirty Dozen, for Christ's sake. And they've just disemboweled us. They've castrated us. They are throwing America under the bus. Yeah. And just reading the patterns of our society, reading the flows, the kind of undercurrent. I mean, okay, one of the most shocking things I've seen recently is how much the value of this commercial property in Midtown Manhattan has plummeted. I mean, I don't know if these videos were correct or not. I didn't fact check it, but like, there were buildings that like, fucking, I think BlackRock, Larry Fink or whoever, they sold the fucking, headquarters, they wanted $500 million for it or something. Or it was, they paid $500 million for it like a decade ago. And they sold it for like $150 million. They sold it at like a $350 million loss because, like, honestly, they are fucking panicking. The tax base of a lot of these cities, the economy, that's what a fucking city is like this is where all the office buildings are. In Columbus, Ohio, where fucking, where I'm from, like, that's all the downtown is. Nobody lives downtown. When they gutted the downtown in the 50s or whatever to build the interstate, and they got rid of all the walking culture to put parking lots everywhere, the downtown just became commercial office buildings. It's all it is. It's Borden, it's Huntington Bank, it's the Rife Center, the State House is there, so the government is there, the seat of the government is there, the State Office Tower is there, Nationwide. That's all it is. Nobody lives downtown. It's sort of famously like, no one lives downtown in Columbus, Ohio. That's why it's such a weird place to live, because it is like this, the whole fucking thing is a freeway suburb, That's one of the reasons why I wanted to move. I just didn't want to drive everywhere and fucking pay for a car, getting car repairs, getting my oil changed, paying for insurance, paying for gas. The upkeep on that. And just like, it's dangerous. You can't smoke, you can't drink, you can't have any fun because you got to fucking drive everywhere. It's like everybody in Columbus is just drunk driving all the time. But that's a whole industry, right? That they pull you over and they provide no alternative. It's like you either got to pay for some Uber or something, which is super expensive, but so it's like, what the fuck are they going to do when everything's on Zoom now? It's like people want to work from home, and it's sort of accelerating towards that. And in New York City, it's a big fucking problem. It's like no one wants to go back in the office. The whole economy of Midtown, look at it. It's like all these hotels are, where the migrants are staying. Those are the only people there probably at this point. And they're just not being creative or agile or nimble about how they look for solutions. I read this article about Paramount. Paramount's selling off shitloads of its real estate so it can be more nimble in the new. All that means is just like they don't want any responsibility to any of their employees or any kind of physical office space anymore. They're going to run everything on the fucking internet. And it'll be like our obligation to like, and I'm fine with that. I mean, I've been wanting to work from home. If I could get a fucking work from home job, I might actually get a job. Like, that's not a job. I can do it from like Cafe Regio. Like, that's what I'm doing anyway. I might as well get paid $60,000 a year, Yeah, it just feels like we're being disowned. Like, the powers that be, the government, the corporations, big, tech has enabled these kind of consolidations, these kind of remote control of power and organizing these kind of structures. And it just feels like they're just deciding, and they're systematically kind of adjusting all these different things to just turn us into rubble, to demolish us, like, class-wise. They want to demolish our buying power and our ability to have any choice in our lives. It's like they want to give us the illusion. But even McDonald's is like $16, right? Even fast food. I mean, I go to Taco Bell, get two cheesy, it's like a hard taco in a soft taco. It's over $3. In the Taco Bell in the America I grew up in, that probably would have been maybe $1.50, maybe $2 each. A soft taco was like 79 cents. Or like we used to go to Taco Bell, you could get 10 tacos for like $6. You get 5 hard and 5 soft. They had like a deal. It's like, I feel like they felt some obligation that because the United States was the best country in the world and the wealthiest country in the world, they did feel like an obligation to provide like sort of a comfortable life for people. You know, that was the idea, I think, with cheap fast food and cheap entertainment, good movies, good music. You know, all of the culture and shit of the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever. It's like they were sort of trying to provide, like, maybe it was like a mind numbing distraction, but it was like comfort. I don't know. You could get cheap, uh, middle class, you know, you could own 2 houses, maybe have a boat. You could have like a main house, a boat house with a boat, like a pontoon. And now we live in a third world country with no infrastructure and what can we do but endlessly complain about it on the internet? Yeah. Well, it's also just wealth. You know, they're divorcing the wealth from the people that created it, basically. You know, they've decided we don't need it. We don't need, you know, there's no more labor unions to, you know, to fight for people having a living wage and benefits and all this kind of shit. Everybody's an independent contractor. You know, part of the design of these tech companies is they don't have any obligation to their employees. You're an Uber driver, oh, you get to make your own schedule. But it's like, well, you have to pay for the car, you have to pay for the insurance, you got to pay for all the fucking cameras and shit to make sure that, you know, if you get in an accident or something, you know, you've got footage of it. So you can show people that it wasn't your fault. And the employer doesn't bear any of that responsibility, you know. They don't have to give you insurance. They don't have to pay your taxes, pay half your taxes. But you get to work whenever you want, make your own schedule. Until, you know, it gets to the point they have to work 60 or 80 hours a week just to pay for your fucking car. So I don't know. It's just like they're systematically driving us insane, driving us out of existence. I don't know. They want to mass produce more labor for them and just, you know, our lives are cheap. You know, it's like human inflation. Just keep, you know, let's outlaw abortion so all the dumb poor people just have as many kids as possible. All the religious people. All the people we can. I mean, it's crazy in Ohio how many people have. How many. I mean, nothing against single mothers, but it's like it's just crazy how many people have kids, how many single mothers there are, because it's like they all are slightly religious or something, and they think it's like a sin to have an abortion, and so it's like, just, you know, just keep cranking out these poor people, and we can send them to war. We can make money on the war. We'll just kill all of them in the war. Or, you know, the way they treat veterans and shit is also, like, completely insane. I don't think people realize how rich this fucking country is. And how good we could have it. You know, looking at videos of China and shit, seeing the high-speed rail they have, seeing these cities that have gone up in the last 20 years, it's like, that's what could be possible. But instead, we have highways, freeways, infrastructure from the 70s, the last time they invested anything in this country. And we've got the internet and free videos and free music on Spotify as long as we listen to fucking commercials and shit endlessly. And sports. Sports. And woke politics. So you feel bad about yourself, and so you hold yourself down. You deserve what you get, you privileged motherfucker. It's what you get for all your colonialism. And there are years of, you know, I don't know. I saw it was a list of slave owners in Brooklyn from 1790s. And it was literally all of the people that the shit is named after. It was like Nostrand, Stuyvesant, you know, you know, just different names of streets and shit. And it's like, these are the people that everything's fucking named after. It's like, these are the motherfuckers that, like, there's so much shit about, let's tear these statues down, or let's, you know, fucking, you know, blah, 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 George Washington owned slaves, Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. It's like, everything is fucking named after these people. Nostrand, Stuyvesant. What the fuck else? A lot of subway stops. All right, Bruce Holiday and Jersey Shore watching on both Chromebook and flat screen. You're not a bot, are you? Thank you for watching. I don't care. I mean, these are just my weekly hangouts to pontificate and complain, panic. I'm panic complaining here. Somebody do something. I mean, even Jabal Bowman got primaried. People don't want the squad. People hate the squad. I mean, I love woke politics. I just, all right, Bruce Holiday, not a bot. Hell yeah. I love woke politics. I just don't want to be personally blamed for every racist thing that white people ever did. Is that so wrong? Maybe I'm too empathetic. That's my problem, is I'm too fucking empathetic. You know, I always root for the underdog and side with the victim. That's my Catholic. I can never get away from the Catholic. I'm so deeply, you know, brainwashed. It's idiotic. You know, I don't want to be rich. I want to be poor and suffering. That's what holy people do. You know, look at the saints. They all got horribly murdered. You can't become a saint unless you're just, like, tortured to death. You're shot full of arrows, you know, you get your head cut off. Every saint has got some kind of horrific... Look at the just mutilation that the Catholic Church has perpetrated. Self-flagellation, what they do to the... I mean, it was basically a big Epstein cover for thousands of years. For, you know, well, maybe not thousands, but at least 1,000. It was like a network of pedophiles. That's what the fuck it was. It's insanity. And they didn't pay taxes. They still don't. You know, I mean, the Catholic Church is the largest landowner on planet Earth. But do they have real estate properties? That's my question. Is it just churches that's tax-free, or does the fucking Catholic Church, like, buy fucking, like, rental properties, you know, in, like, Columbus, Ohio, and, like, drive up the prices? You know, are they responsible for all these condo buildings that are going up? I don't think so. I think that's BlackRock. I think that's, you know, that's just, they've incentivized the wrong things. You know, this is right-wing's people's favorite. You have to incentivize the right behaviors, and they're totally not incentive. Nobody wants low-income housing in their fucking neighborhood. Look at Chappelle. They tried to build low-income housing in Yellow Springs, and Chappelle was like, hell no. We don't want these people here. We don't want these problems. It's like, where the fuck are they supposed to build it, you know? Coney Island? The fringes, you know? That's where the life is. On the frayed edges of the metropolis, you know? Brighton Beach is pretty lit, I gotta say. It's pretty cool. Coney Island, I don't know, it's got that, you know, when it gets dark in Coney Island, it really means something. You can feel the edge. You can feel that the warriors. The warriors have come out to play. It's got a down and dirty kind of feel, kind of a grimy feel there. And there's a lot of hot neon. I mean, neon is... They just want to rip out all the beauty in this country. You know, there's planned obsolescence, and there's an obsession with newness. You know, people just they like anything that's new. Anything that's slang that's new, any kind of new celebrity. It can be stupid as hell, but if it's new, it's like, okay, that's cool. And I think that's part of the consumer culture that is bringing us down. It's just a landfill. It's like you buy all this cheap plastic with your credit card debt at a 22% APR that you'll never be able to pay. Your boomer parents will have to pay it for you. And they'll hold it over you like some kind of treat or reward or something. You've been good, so we're going to pay off $3,000 of your credit card debt with the fracking money that we make from, you know, land inherited in our family from generations. Frack the fuck out of it. Fuck this country. Frack the national parks. Frack Yellowstone. Frack Yosemite. Let's become an energy exporter. Frack the fucking polar bears. Frack, you know, frack Antarctica. Hey now. Hey now. Frack the fuck out of it. That's what I say. Let's get rich now. Fuck the future. Matt Proctor 2024. Fuck the future, everybody. That's my slogan. Let's party now. This fucking thing is going down. Smoke him if you got him. Hey now. Hey now. I was listening to Howard talk about the Hawk Tua girl. Do people know about the Hawk Tua girl? I feel like TikTok has made, like, this, to be honest, like, it's cool and everything, but, like, you can literally do almost nothing on TikTok. You can be cool for, like, 4 seconds and become, like, an international celebrity. It's like, why is this girl everybody's favorite fucking thing? She's like Ken Bone or something. I guess we need any kind of sunshine we can get in our fucking devastated dystopian lives at this point, but Hawk Tua girl, is it really that? Spit on that thing. Do people know what I'm... Howard Stern knows about it. Howard was talking about... To be honest, I think she's just like an ethical slut. Pardon my French, but like she's talking about this dirt. She's talking about sucking dick in a very like... She knows what she's like... It's like porn. That's the pornification of like everybody in our lives. And God, I love it. That's love. Sex is love, okay? They don't want us to like each other. They don't want the genders. They want everybody to be gay. They want the frogs to turn gay, okay? Hawk Tua. They want the frogs to be gay. Every woman's a lesbian. They hate us. They hate men. People don't understand the burden of masculinity because everybody wants to disown their bodies, but like as a man, you are made like incredibly horny. Like it's not our fault that we are catcalling and we're just like male gazing the fuck out of big tits on Instagram. It's like we were programmed this way. Okay, this is maybe we should be all vasectomied and neutered and spayed and they should just soy boy the fuck out of us and get rid of all our testosterone and our... That's not what they want. There's a polarization where, like, the feminine is attracted to the masculine. This is why everybody wants to fuck Jason Momoa. He's like a cartoon of masculinity. He's like, you know, fucking Trident. He's like Poseidon. He's this giant merman. He's got the huge metro beard. He's got the man bun. He's jacked as fuck. He's probably 6'5". And he just looks like testosterone. He looks like a human testosterone... Like you just injected fucking, you know, fucking masculinity into his testicles. Sam Elliott is another one that's just like hyper masculine. His voice is super deep and there's a big fucking stash. He's 6'6". Barron Trump is 6'9". Women would fuck Hitler if he was 6'10". I'm sorry, okay? I've been canceled. I'm just gonna say it. If Adolf Hitler was 6'6", women would be like, ooh, is he single? He's got this kind of theories that are fucked up, but he published a book. Yeah, so, I don't know. They want masculinity. We're all being soyed out by our diets. Hawk Tua girl. It's one of those things that's like on TikTok. Look, if you just show your cleavage, you'll get 60,000 followers. Like, she didn't really do that. I mean, it's like, she looks like a nice girl. Her tan is, you know, for a fake tan culture, it's a pretty good tan, I gotta say. You know, it's not easy. A lot of people are going for a nice tan in this culture, and they all fuck it up. Look at Trump, man. He's the fake tan president. That motherfucker has got the fucking white circles around his eyes where he puts the little, you know, beady American Psycho blocker things. And this country is totally fine with cosmetic enhancement and we love it. We fucking love that shit. Fake tan your shit, get fake tits, do a nose job, get fillers, do your eyebrows. Just like we love fake tans and fake tits. And Hawk Tuah girl's tan was on. I think it was a real tan. I don't think it was a spray tan. But she kind of has like a post Paris Hilton. I don't know. It's like Nashville or something. I'm going to dissect Hawk Tuah girl, okay? This is important cultural meme. This is important cultural work. So Hawk Tuah girl, it's like Nashville. So it's like a bachelorette kind of vibe. The vibe of Hawk Tuah girl I get is like one of those bars that like you like pedal. You know, like when like 12 people get on like one of those bars. I think they have one at Wicked Willie's maybe. That's like the closest thing in New York to that. They should have one of those in Times Square. That's like a total... Charge people $500 to get on one of those petty bars. So it's like you get you and 8 of your drunk sorority girlfriends in like penis necklaces and penis... Everything's a penis, like bachelorette party favor. And you're drinking, you know, you're binge drinking hard, you know, beer, whatever. Lager, Pilsner, Bud Light, Michelob Ultra... Dentine Ice. No, you're on the fucking Hawk Tuah train, and you're on a pedal bar. Hawk Tuah girl has strong pedal bar vibes. Nashville bachelorette, and that's the heartland. Okay, God bless them. It's the middle of the country. She's just a wholesome. I'd say she's the ideal. She's the ideal woman, I think, in men's eyes. She's speaking with a frankness and like a liberated femininity that's sort of that's like she's like a Helen Sisu kind of feminist. She's a fully realized woman, and she, you know, she's allowed. She's free. She can Hawk to it and spit on that thing. That thing. She's country, is what she is. Where do you think she learned that? On the tractor with Billy Joe Bob or whatever. She was spitting on Billy Joe Bob's thing. Listen to Luke Bryan. Listening to Old Town Road and what's that? Try that in a small town. She's probably a Swiftie. I would, you know, maybe she's into Miranda Lambert. I don't know what the contemporary country, who the post-Swiftie country people are, but she might be into Lil Nas X. I think she's probably into Lil Nas X. She probably is into, you know, she celebrates Pride. She's down with Pride. She's got gay friends. She's liberated. She talks about spitting on that thing with her gay friends. They compare notes. And she's got like bead, you know, she's got like a tank jeans, probably boot cut. You know, so she's like, I don't know. The appeal of it, yeah, it's like a, you know, it's a fucking meme. It's like Make America Great Again. Hawk Tuah, spit on that thing. I don't want a girl to hawk up anything. If she's going to spit on my thing, please do not hawk first. Just spit on it. You don't need to draw up any mucus. I would rather not have any phlegm or mucus involved. I mean, you know, I don't care. If you're willing to do oral sex on me, then please spit on that thing however you choose, I guess. But the hawk, do women go hawk 'em? Ah! I don't want that. Don't clear your throat and then spit on my thing. Just spit on it with what's in your mouth. If you want to. I mean, it's a lubricant. It's about lubrication, really. It's the spit on that thing. It's about natural lubrication, okay? Doing things, elbow grease. You know, she's like Rita the Riveter or whatever. What's that from World War II? The We Can Do It chick? That's a woman who, you know, she's going to get equal pay. She's a girl boss. That's girl boss feminism. But it's also, you know, she's willing to suck a man's dick. She doesn't totally hate men. She's not a Chappell Rowan, you know, doesn't want to have anything to do with men. So, I don't know. You might find Hawk Tuah girl, I guess, maybe on, like, the Lower East Side. I think Hawk to a Girl doesn't live in New York. I think Hawk to a Girl is like a product of rich white people. Maybe Florida. State universities. Tailgating. Oh, great. I had 4 people watching. I talked about Hawk to a Girl too much. Nobody wants to hear about Hawk to a Girl. She's oversaturated. Well, part of what is curious about it to me, once again, is like, I guess there's always been people in the culture like that, like, where's the beef? They say one fucking thing, and it's like, whoa. But it's like, this is just something I've noticed with TikTok culture in general, is there's like, people on it, there's people, and then other people are just totally oblivious. Like, I guess it's on Instagram now. I haven't seen Hawk Tuah on Instagram, but that's where Howard Stern said that he saw Hawk to a Girl. He said he doesn't get on Instagram that much, but he saw it on Instagram. And it's like, it was kind of amusing. You know, a lot of the shit that I feel like goes super viral on TikTok is like kind of amusing. It's not really the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, remember Bing Bong? Bing Bong! Remember when people were saying that? No, you don't, because it was not important or culturally relevant at all. It was something that was mildly amusing. Bing Bong! And it's like, it became like viral hot fire to like, you know, I do think that there are generational divides with the apps. Like, TikTok is like, it's a lot of Gen Z, and it's even Gen Alpha, I think, on there. And it's like, their sense of humor is way different. They're kids. It's like, they think stupid shit is funny. They think Hawk Tuah spit on that thing. Does a boomer think that's funny? I don't know. They'd probably be grossed out. They'd probably be like, Jesus Christ, that's a little too graphic. You know, they used to say that shit in like entendres or like veiled. You know, they used to have to talk about it like in code. Now it's just like, whatever, talk about sex and... That girl's probably Christian. She's like a righteous gemstone person. I'm sure she likes Kenny Powers. But who doesn't? Trump is like President Kenny Powers. You know Kenny Powers would be a Trumper. He'd be the VP. He'd be a great VP. Trump Powers, 24. Fuck you, you're out. You're fired / fuck you, you're out. Yeah, Trump is basically Kenny Powers. President Kenny Powers. Dictator Powers. Powers Booth. All right. Hawk Tuah Girl. Yeah, I don't know. It's wholesome, sort of. She's, you know, she's like a normal but like cute chick. You know, it's like, so yeah, I think there are certain things that like play well on TikTok. Things like dance videos, shit like that, short. You know, you can get information on there. You can definitely get news. You can definitely get eyewitness. Like today, I saw these videos. There was a car on fire, like on 28th Street, and it was just like unbelievable how much it looked like 9/11. Not to be obsessed with 9/11 and go back to talking about 9/11 again, but you know, I haven't seen that much smoke in New York City, Manhattan since 9/11. And it was, or like there was all these videos. I don't know if people saw this of this guy throwing fucking furniture, and he threw a cinder block off like a roof in Midtown. It's like it would have fucking killed somebody if it hit somebody. It would have fucked them up real bad. Just this guy throwing, I don't remember. He said he was there for some kind of agency or something, and they wouldn't meet with him, or like they wouldn't give him what he, you know, whatever he was going for. And so he got frustrated. So he went outside and just started throwing shit. But it's like, this is something I saw on TikTok. All these different angles of this. It looked like fucking Spider-Man villain or something. You know, it looked like a Spider-Man comic. Like this fucking guy in Midtown throwing cinder blocks, you know, randomly, just like into the fucking middle of 8th Avenue or whatever. It's like, this guy could have really fucked some people up big time. And, you know, it just comes and goes, you know. The Julian Assange thing, I do think is like a big deal. Like, what does it mean? So he got some dirt on Trump? Is that why they released him? He's gonna release the Steele dossier, the Golden Shower memos. We want the Golden Shower tapes. Well, we don't want the tapes, but we just want to know that we want. At this point, nothing is gonna stop, motherfucker. The dude is going to jail. You know. I mean, he said he could shoot somebody in Fifth Avenue and like nobody would do anything. It's like he's probably fucking right at this point. It's like the motherfucker. That's dark magic. Well, this is another controversial thing about the new Star Wars is like a lot of the actors are like they think that the dark side is like good. Or like, you know, it's like they think it's objective. They think the force is like objective. Like you can choose which one is like good and evil. Like, oh, well, you know, the dark side is like kind of, you know, from their point of view, it's like but it's like that was not the fucking point of the original movies, you know? It's like the light is harder to be, you know? It's harder to be a good person. It's easy to be Darth Vader and be full of rage and violence and I don't know. I guess it's maybe they have an issue with the metaphor of like light versus dark. You know, the traditional historical connotations like dark being bad is kind of racist. There is like a whiteness built into that. Like white is good, light is good, darkness is bad. So we're living in like the woke Star Wars era, you know. I mean, that's what's so frustrating about like all the representation is it feels like it feels like a shell. You know, it feels like okay, we're getting representation, but like these movies aren't really compelling and the politics are like not empty. They're empty. You know, they're not working. It's like okay, there's the squad is in Congress, but it's like uh you know, we are losing just as a society, big time. Are they fighting for us as middle class? As you know, are they fighting for? And are they winning? You know, like. So we just watch Hawk Tuah spit on that thing, the pornification. I think everybody. You know, we live in hookup culture. We're all independent, atomized, you know, cogs living in our little $1,000 a month rooms with 4 other roommates or whatever. And we medicate ourselves with legalized weed, legalized psychedelics, casual sex, disposing of each other, disposing of people. I don't know. I think people now just have friends. I think there's a lot more community out there than people realize. And there's people that want to be like good to each other and supportive and do the right thing. And you know, I think Gen Z, those people like there is like a more baked in political thing, and like who knows if it will lead to more ethical behavior in the long run, but you know, I think to some degree they want to be like good friends to each other, take care of each other. You know, it's hard to tell what the fuck is real anymore. Oh yeah, this is another thing that I saw on TikTok. I don't know if people saw this, but there were these people that were stuck on this fucking. you know, it's like one of these fairground rides that like twists you while it's like putting you upside down and shit. I don't know where it was, Six Flags or something. And they were literally stuck upside down with like their legs up for like almost half an hour. So there's all these fucking videos on TikTok of different people's cell phone of you know, just these people hanging up there, upside fucking down, the blood rushing to their head. I mean, that's extremely dangerous. Having all that blood rush to your heart can cause you to have a fucking heart attack, you know, all that blood rushing to your head. So it could, you know, it could have been very, very bad. But it's also like an anxiety nightmare. In the big montage, in the grand montage of just like human civilization, planet Earth, life. You know, it's just like one of your worst nightmares. But you know, the thing about those fucking fairground rides, and Coney Island's the same thing. It's like every fucking ride, they look like a torture device. It looks like something that literally you would use to like interrogate somebody. It's like this thing fucking flips you around in a cage while it turns upside down and loops and like, or it's like some kind of fucking, you know, super fast roller coaster that's like twisting, and it's like you if you put me on that thing, it would be like a torture, you know, it would be like a device that you're using to like get me to confess something, because I literally would want off immediately. I would tell you anything to get off one of those fucking rides because they're so fucking, I don't know who enjoys that. What kind of methed out like psycho adrenaline crackhead? How can you even withstand going on one of those fairground rides? All the flips and the ups and downs and the G-force, it's like I would have motion sickness probably for the rest of the fucking day if I got on one of them. And they seem like fucking torture devices to me. Like, yeah, we're gonna put you in this cage that like flips, does backward somersaults while we're like throwing you through the air. You know, we're gonna play psychotic music and there's gonna be lights, all these crazy stroked out lights. I mean, they had like one of those Matterhorn rides at Coney Island the other day when I'm walking back. I hear this girl like literally like screaming on the ride. I'm like, stop the ride. She's not enjoying this. She wants off. It's one of the worst experiences of her life. That kind of shit typifies America to me. Like, that's the ultimate like dirty high. I guess if you don't have drugs, you do that shit, or I don't know, if you're like on NyQuil or something, maybe you'd enjoy that shit. What kind of sick fuck is enjoying this shit? Paying money for it. That is like a kink right there. But, you couldn't pay me to go on these fucking rides, man. They're all like Psycho Circus, Insane Clown Posse kind of shit. But America is like this carny fucking, we're all essentially just like methed out carnies. You know, our president is a fucking methed out carny. We're all in show business. We're all trying to be stand-up comedians. We're all showing our ass on TikTok, on Instagram Reels, exploiting our cleavage for followers. Influencers. We're all influencers. We're all bad influencers. Influencing society to be more and more shitty. Just things are degrading very quickly. Artistically, culturally, musically. Maybe I'll read some poetry for a sec. Let me continue my video montage here. Ah, yes. Carlos Santana, Smooth, live, cultural touchstone. Right there. Pre 9/11, you know? I think you can just feel it. I saw an interesting video today about, you know, there's a war kind of between, you know, music. There's light musicians and there's dark musicians, you know? And kind of, you know, in medieval times or Renaissance times, they had interesting ideas. Maybe we're just returning to the Dark Ages, but we've arrived in the new Dark Ages. So we didn't land on the moon. The world is flat. That's Dark Ages shit. And so one of the ideas is like music of the spheres, right? Like the planets have these vibrations, and it kind of makes sense. I mean, there's 8 planets now that Pluto's not a planet anymore. There's 8 notes, right, in a in a musical scale. Um, and there's some idea that like we are our bodies are instruments being played by spirits, sort of in some kind of cosmic, I don't know, disembodied celestial. And that's kind of what astrology is in a certain way. The way that the planets move kind of affects the puppeteering of our fate and our lives, and it affects what happens to us. You know, this planet moves, and so the gravity and the frequency, right? Everything's vibes, everything's vibrations, right? And so if we're on the same frequency, if we're on a high frequency, you know, you vibe with the people you're on the same frequency as. I think Catholicism probably keeps us low frequency. There's a lot of low frequency, but I don't know. What frequency are you on? What chakra are you in? You know, how do you raise your frequency? And music, you know, I think that's one of the curious things about my generation and sort of beyond is just like there's just like armies of like minstrels. So many fucking people, so many white dudes, so many women. Everybody seems like is a musician. You know, everybody is recording music on their laptops. Everybody's playing open mics or gigs or posting on TikTok or whatever. Playing with their friends, hopefully. I saw a video of this guy in Atlanta. He's selling fucking... He has a grocery store in his trunk. And he's rapping about how he has a grocery store in his trunk. And he's like rhyming about, we got potato chips and, you know, or whatever. I'm doing, you know, white people rapping. But he's like pretty good at it. You're like, this guy shit's pretty fucking... He's from Atlanta. Sounds pretty drill to me. He's got the fucking kind of salt shakers, you know, hi-hat thing going on. And I just thought that's just like a beautiful metaphor for just like life. This guy's just like singing, and he's turned his kind of sales pitch. He's turned his small business. You know, he's got no brick and mortar. He's got no rent. It's his car payment. You know, he's got a grocery store in his trunk, and that's beautiful, I think. And but he's turned it into music, freestyling. I think being in flow state and constantly rhyming. Lil Wayne, I think, is one of the most incredible poets alive, if not the most incredible poet, to be honest. I mean, the dude has like recorded thousands of fucking songs, and his rhymes are always fucking incredibly persuasive and creased, and you know, the play on words, it's genius. It's all fucking... And so that's vibrations, that's a frequency, and we're all, you know, music is the healing kind of thing of our lives. The great music is what we use to soothe ourselves and to kind of tell ourselves that it's okay. It's what we resonate with. You know, when you're listening to your favorite songs, it kind of like locks you in to some kind of place that is healing or makes sense, or you fit. It's like, you know, companionship. But it's like we're, you know, people making their own music, acoustic guitar players writing their own songs. You know, I think there is like that's one of the ways that we're fighting the holy war. Or whatever, I don't know. I mean, I think darkness needs light, maybe. You know, like you can't see the light without the darkness, right? Without the darkness, the light would be meaningless, maybe. I don't know. Can we just live in a total subsumption of light? I don't know. Maybe. But the contrast, the yin-yang, is what makes it visible or makes it noticeable, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's just a lie that they tell us. I'd like to live in the light, god damn it. Give me light, give me pleasure all the time. Give me love, give me peace on earth. Give me good vibrations all the time, you know? Why not? Why the fuck can't we just feel good all the time? Party all the time, or I don't know, just good More good times. Good times, great oldies. And so I think, I don't know. With so many people, they want to turn their music into a career, or that's what we have to do in order to make our music legitimate now, is we have to sell it to a bunch of other people. And who doesn't want that life, going on tour and just living in the vibrations and the 440 MHZ, rather than kind of distorted. I think with my own playing of music, I embrace kind of a wounded quality and kind of an off-key quality. That's my way of identifying with the poor and the underclass, and the wounded and the injured and the outcasts and the invalids and the lepers and the diseased. It's like life is kind of a wounded. We're all wounded. We're all playing hurt. And if our bodies are instruments, I don't know. I've got this sciatica pain in my leg and like these cavities and shit. And I think it's a way of like tuning my instrument in a weird way. Because whenever I perform, I have like this super high frequency, super high energy. And I want to kind of bring things into like a bassier, more kind of anchored place. And so, I don't know. I think that this pain is a stupid way of trying to like ground or something. Come down to earth. Come on, what the fuck is this? Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. No, get out of here. Don't do this to me. Not in the middle of my thing. No, I want to skip the goddamn ad. See what they do? They put this thing up right in front of the ad, so you can't click to skip it. I have noticed that YouTube, now they make you skip 2 ads before every video. It used to be, you might have to, you could skip like usually after the first ad. So you can already see YouTube start to increase. I don't know. We're all just getting a little bit less and being charged a little bit more, right? I mean, I don't use Netflix anymore, but apparently they raised their fucking prices recently to just try and cope with the runaway inflation. What do we do? Our country is just being leveled. So, I mean, poetry is always something that's kind of like poor. That's what's so crazy about it right now, that it has kind of like the status that it does. Like, I do kind of agree with the idea that it's probably the best time ever to be a poet, because why not get an MFA and get a professor job and be an influencer and go on a book tour and use woke leverage, and visibility and kind of politics of the gays, and just the fact that you're a bop and your cleavage and whatnot. I mean, if you've got cleavage, you can monetize that shit. Some guy will pay you just to talk to him. And you can get people to look at you. I mean, I'm kidding, of course. I'm being a sexist. I mean, I don't think I have that many female viewers, to be honest. People know that my stream is, I'm like a whiny, women are really turned off when you complain. Let me just tell you from experience. If you want to get rid of your significant other, just complain for about 2 or 3 years. If you just complain for about 2 or 3 years straight, they will dump your ass. Eventually, they'll get tired of it. Eventually, they'll find something better. Some guy that they work with or something who's not a complainer, they'll jump ship if he makes more money than you and he's more stable than you emotionally. But I don't know. My natural frequency is low. I'm on a complainy, kind of gripey, grumpy. I just think that shit's funny. I think Charles Grodin is funny. I watched Dirty Work, Norm Macdonald. Okay, this is Taking Care of Business, Jim Belushi. The Belushi Film Festival continues. It was pretty good. She's a bop. To be a sexist about it. Mogged Out. trying to communicate to, you know, trying to connect with a younger audience. But I don't know. I try to do everything I possibly can to get women to like me. It has not worked yet. So I guess I'm just fucked. I guess I'm just doomed. I mean, I literally have tried every fucking thing. It's a lot. It takes a lot of self control and discipline to be. I don't know. It is a confidence thing, a lot of it. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's another low frequency Catholic thing, is being insecure. It's like the worst crime you can commit as a man. But as a person of white privilege, I thought it was my job to be insecure. I thought that was my way of subverting my own power in society. It was like by being insecure. And not just like dominating everybody and being overly confident and being better than everybody else, frankly. Thought that would be just rude. So anyway, let me read this poem real fast. I do want to read this poem. I think it's okay. Not that anybody ever liked any of the poetry that I wrote that much, and it's all kind of just okay. This is called. It's got a kind of offensive title. It's called Gay Test. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I made up God. The white meat comes from me in Weimar, America. This is what cocaine sounds like. Taylor could never. Worked for the State Department 25 years. Neither one of us is strong enough to quit. So yeah, I think we live in Weimar, America. I might be using that wrong, but it's like, you know, Germany between the wars. We're basically living between fascisms. And so I think that's why they did Cabaret on Broadway, right? We saw the Eddie Redmayne Cabaret performance on the Tonys. Did people see it where he made a swastika with his arms? And I'm sort of living Cabaret. I mean, the open mic is sort of like this in IRL Cabaret. And, you know, the thing about Cabaret is it's based on the Berlin stories by Christopher Isherwood, who I think lived in Berlin, like in 32, 33. You know, I think he got out in 33. I'm not exactly sure the timeline on that. Wasn't Auden in Germany, like, in 33? I'm not sure about that either. I could be wrong about that. But, you know, so it's based on, like, these short stories that are, like, very gritty about this, like, kind of whatever cabaret in Berlin, or, I don't know, Berlin, right before the Nazis and sort of, you know, like, around that time. I haven't read the whole book, but it's an excellent book from what I've read. Cabaret I've never seen. I've not seen the Liza Minnelli. I'd like to. I haven't seen Joel Grey. I've never seen Alan Cumming or Eddie Redmayne. But I'm living Cabaret because we host a cabaret every week, and we're sort of like living, you know, what's the speech in Glass Menagerie? Tom Wingfield has this speech about Chamberlain got caught in something umbrella, something about Berchtesgaden. We were listening to The World Was Waiting for the Sunrise. We were all distracting ourselves with this kind of neon dance hall. In the Glass Menagerie, Tom Wingfield is going to the movies every night. He goes to the movies. That's how he kind of deals with the fact that he works in a factory. He wants to be a poet. He writes poetry while he's at work. And he has to work in this factory to support his family. His mother, who's like this Delulu Southern Belle, and his sister, who is Blue Roses. She's what's the politically correct word? I don't know. I don't want to be ableist. She's disabled. Is that a okay term to use? So the way he copes is he goes to the movies every night and watches these kind of adventure movies and blah blah blah. And that's like, and he gets wasted. He drinks. And I mean, Tennessee Williams never stopped drinking. It's based on Tennessee Williams. It's an autobiographical character, really. And there's probably a lot more to it in there, you know. It's an interesting part because you play it at two ages. Tom Wingfield is like he was about the age that I was, 24 in the earlier scenes. But then you know, it's kind of interesting because the play has all these monologues. It's got like 6 or 7 monologues, which at the time I just thought, you know, what is the fucking point of this? Like, this is just like not necessary. Like, you could cut these monologues really. Or it's like they're sort of, you know, they're untheatrical in a way where it's like Tom Wingfield comes in between every scene and gives this fucking long speech about the context, you know, of but a lot of it is kind of expository and it's like it's not dramatic action, it's just it's sort of a flashback. But you know, the way that I think about it now is it's almost like a Spalding Gray play. It's almost like two plays where it's like you're getting this kind of solo piece actually. Like you could take those monologues and really just do them and it would be, you know, probably, I don't know, 25 minutes. uh and it would kind of tell this kind of, you know, I think in a certain way, maybe Tennessee Williams, and this is just me, total conjecture, but I think maybe, you know, he was going for an effect like that, where it's like, you know, at the time, you're told that kind of stuff is untheatrical. You have to have characters in a scene, short dialogue, action. The characters have to want something. And so Tom Wingfield comes in and just like gives these fucking speeches that are like 3-5 minutes each. And as an actor, it's very challenging, right? Because it's a young role. And so if you're a young actor, you're playing this older character who's sort of looking back on his life and in sort of disappointment that how he abandoned his family and hasn't seen him in years and this and that. And it's like a live stream. In a way, you know, it's sort of like vlogging or yapping. And it's autobiographical, it's political, it's his way of getting more writing. I think that was part of it. I think Tennessee Williams, because it's Tennessee Williams' first big breakout play. And so he started as a poet, sort of, in a way, and he kind of found out he was better at writing plays, so he did that. Or I don't know, you know, he wasn't quite. I think Auden maybe told him his poems were not that good or something. I don't remember exactly the. Maybe I'm making that up. Maybe Auden liked his poems. I don't know. And so he went into writing. I think he showed Auden some of his poems or something, and Auden like didn't really love them or something, or told him he didn't have a future in it. And maybe I'm making that up. I don't know. But you know, I think he just wanted to include writing in there, and so he's got these kind of long passages that are kind of poetic, and they're like, you know, they're like soliloquies in a certain way, but they're not. They're not really about the characters kind of, you know. It's more about his kind of drunken rumination about what happened and how he's tortured about it. And so he's telling this. The movie, the play is a memory play. You know, that's something he says in the opening monologue. It's a memory play. It's not really realism. It's more like impressionistic, or there's things that are exaggerated or manipulated. And I think that's true, actually. If you look at Tennessee Williams' life, it wasn't exactly like the play. You know, there's definite exaggerations, I think. But I'd like to play the role again now that I'm older. Now that I'm actually the age that the character was kind of when he's telling the story. I think that would be kind of interesting. You know, it's an intimidating thing as an actor. And it was, you know, it was definitely a big thing for me in my life to play that part, because it was like, it's a, you know, it's a big role. You've got all these, you know, pages of fucking monologues and shit. And so memorizing all that shit and, I don't know, trying to make it engaging, and you're just scared shitless. I mean, I've been in plays and shit, but I hadn't played that many lead roles necessarily. And in like, it was that, you know, kind of a bigger Columbus theater. It wasn't like a high school or a college thing. It was like out in the real world. We got reviewed in the Dispatch and shit. And so, um, but for me, it was really about, it was an apprenticeship thing that was about studying Tennessee Williams. You know, I could relate to that fucking character. Like, I felt like I was the character. I mean, everything about that play, really. Like, I was working at a restaurant, hating it, and writing poetry, like, in my fucking car during lunch or in the bathroom or whatever before I had to work. And so it was sort of an autobiographical, it like overlapped, like living the part and shit. And it feels like we're kind of in a similar moment. You know, in these monologues, he's talking about, at the time I was like, what the fuck is this about? You know, this is about, like, he's talking about people distracting themselves by going to the dance hall, listening to fucking World is Waiting for the Sunrise, and movies and shit. And meanwhile, World War II is like, you know, right on the precipice of sort of falling over and happening. And so it feels like we're kind of, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, maybe I shouldn't talk about this stuff so as not to manifest it. Maybe I shouldn't raise the alarm or anything, but, like, I don't know. It just feels like kind of a weird, we're on the precipice of the election, so things could go a lot of different ways, but I don't know. It also just feels like there's this tidal wave over our heads in a crazy way. Maybe that's AI coming. Maybe it's the stock market crash bubble, you know, exploding. Maybe it's World War IX. Maybe it's Trump dictatorship. It's hard to imagine things chilling out and just sort of becoming cool again. I don't know. It, you know, honestly, in 21 and 22, it sort of felt like those were going to be the last good years. It felt like they bribed us. Like, here's a bunch of money. Go to New York. Have a great time. Read your poetry. You don't have to work. You can work remotely. Get on YouTube. Hey, you're an influencer now. You're getting all this validation. We're pumping each other. Oh, I got 2 likes. Holy shit. I'm so jacked on validation. I love it. People are looking at me. I'm getting likes. Serotonin. We're all addicted. You know? We're addicted to fucking the validation, the thumbs up, the heart. If you're really lucky, you're getting DMs, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know how to hook anybody online. I'm old news. I gotta figure out some kind of shtick. Some kind of fucking, I guess just homespun, hearsay kind of conjecture about the patterns of society just isn't what, you know, Gen Z wants. You know, that's not what, maybe if I was live streaming myself playing Grand Theft Auto 5 or Call of Duty Afghanistan Edition, Call of Duty Fallujah, Call of Duty Taiwan 2025, Call of Duty Jerusalem. Do they have an Israel-Palestine Counter-Strike level? Sorry, it's just a joke, okay? Hey, apparently Leonard Cohen was super pro-Israel. Leonard Cohen said he wished he could have been drafted. And he played Israel a bunch of times. Yeah, I should be playing Minecraft. I don't even know what the fuck. I should be Bitcoin mining. Minecraft is like the one where they just have people aimlessly kind of like mining fucking like digital minerals or whatever the fuck it is. Digital. The fact that there's digital assets and resources that are like worth more than real shit. And not only that, but the hidden is the insane amount of electricity it uses to power all of this shit. The amount of electricity it, like these fucking Bitcoin servers and shit, or like a blockchain, or fucking Minecraft, or whatever the fuck it is. Not to mention, okay, I saw this guy with his Cybertruck. His Cybertruck had 11% battery. It said it was going to take him like 3 days to charge it to 100%. And it's like, I think it took him like overnight to charge, like, so he could drive like 99 miles. But it also cost like $75 on his fucking electric bill. So it's like incredibly expensive to charge these fucking cars. And it's a drain on the electric grid, right? I mean, I think this is one of the things we should be afraid of. Is, you know, the idea is electric power is better or something, or like, you know, we have electric vehicles, that's better, right, than fossil fuels. But it's like, all of this shit is demanding on our power grid at once, right? Fucking Bitcoin servers, data centers, all these data centers that store our fucking live streams and our fucking personal information, all the, you know, clicks we've ever made on anything, all the porn we've ever watched, and how long we watched it, and what we're into. Hawk to a spit on that thing. And Tesla, Cybertrucks. There's so much demand on our power grid, you know, and there could be a grid failure soon. And then what the fuck? I mean, honestly, what the fuck would we really do if the internet went down? Seriously. If the internet went down in like in a profound way, I mean, that's the one thing that didn't fuck up during the pandemic. They literally shut down everything but the goddamn internet. You know, once again, I hate to be a conspiracy theorist, but like it's hard not to think of that as some kind of like way of like just like hurting us and regulating us and attenuating us to doing every goddamn thing online. It's just like, here, you're gonna have to spend a year or two of your life conducting every fucking interaction. When your fucking parents die, you're gonna have to watch it on Zoom. You're gonna have to watch the birth of your child on Zoom. And like Zoom is cool. I actually like Zoom. I wish I had like a Zoom series. I wish I had like a monthly like Zoom reading series, because it's actually pretty cool to be able to get people from all over the fucking place to read or to perform or to to communicate. That actually is pretty cool. But New York City was like the real Zoom, and now all the office space has plummeted in value. You know, to be honest, I can't believe these companies would let this happen. You know, like, if they're engineering everything and they're orchestrating everything, why would they tank the value of their own fucking assets, their own offices, the office buildings, Midtown Manhattan? Like, what the fuck, did they want to sink New York City? I don't think so. I think that was just mismanagement. And, like, they are scrambling to fucking, like, figure out how to make up that tax money or whatever. But the businesses don't want to pay the fucking taxes. I think they're probably happy to fucking shed the fucking tax liability and the bill. Do they really want their employees back in the office? I think if they do, it's because they got to pay for the motherfucker. And they got to pay their taxes, and they got to pay their fucking lease or whatever. But it's hard to imagine in New York City. I mean, it's so obvious what needs to happen. Like, everything is going online. And that is like changing the meaning of what these spaces are. It's like no longer does the zoning, residential, commercial, industrial, it's like, it's all one fucking thing now. It's just the internet, and it's everywhere. It's like you work from home, you work from goddamn Prospect Park, you work from the cafe, you work from WeWork. I guess that shit didn't pan out, but fuck them. They deserved a fucking tank. Alright, I gotta plug my shit in here. Let me see if that's... How is that for an angle? Closer to the, oh yeah, okay, what else? Yeah, so, we've talked about it before, but just turn it fucking, I mean, they don't even have to turn them into apartments, just let us move in right now. We'll just squat there. I'll live in a fucking tent in the Empire State Building. I'm fine with that. Like, it's a no-brainer. There's not enough housing, right? There's not enough places for people to live, and these offices are empty. Gee. Let's, it does feel to some extent like we're just like choked off from having like interesting solutions to anything. I don't know if that's a government regulation thing, if that's like a corporate trying to just like discourage creativity, ingenuity, imagination, quality. It seems like these corporations are like actively discouraging quality. Like, let's like fucking charge $16 for McDonald's. I think one of the reasons why minimalism has become this thing that they've like foisted on us, they want to get us used to having nothing. They don't want us to live in a world of like comfort, texture, plants, beauty, ornate kind of decorativeness. That kind of stuff like psychologically does a lot for you. It improves your mental health to have a space that has kind of a homey quality, earthy, lived in quality. Wow, I just noticed this happy birthday balloon. That's from last September. It's from the open mic 1 year anniversary last September. That's pretty hilarious. Now everything is this kind of austere, minimalistic, bare concrete, no cushions. Like this office I used to work in, Media Machine, everything was fucking like concrete floor. They poured this concrete office. Everything was repurposed farm wood and shit, rustic wood on the wall. But it was like it was cold. It felt like, working in a fucking meat locker or something. It's like, Jesus Christ, what are we going to sacrifice like a bull on this fucking table? Like, it's like Conan the Barbarian's fucking like throne room or something. It's like, I think they want to prepare us for just like having nothing. It's like living in a prison. You want to talk about minimalism, let's talk about fucking prison. Maximum, it's like no cushions, no color, everything's stainless steel, everything's concrete. You got like a pad that you sleep on in a bunk. It's all like hard edges. It's like that's what we're being like prepared for. And so it seems like, an artificial scarcity, or just like, we need to think big. This is America. Think big, god damn it. We landed on the moon. We used to do big things. Now what do we? We just have the fucking internet. We have male gaze stalking apps, CIA surveillance stalking apps. We got an 85-year-old president. The Crypt Keeper is the fucking president. We can't get rid of either one of these fucking people. The Congress is all insider trading, getting rich off, insider info. They're in bed with the lobbyists. And we all hate each other. It's like suddenly you have all this responsibility to like steward all of these social relationships. I mean, Facebook really like has created an entire empire out of like people you don't want to see. I mean, everybody I'm friends with on Facebook is like people that like more or less I'd be happy to just like either never see again or like see like occasionally as acquaintances, like if I saw them in person. Like people I went to high school with or college with. Like, no offense to them. I'd love to be friends with some of them. But it's like, do I really need to see every fucking move they ever goddamn make? And like, people I don't even know. People I didn't even know in college, in high school. You know, people I never talked to in high school, I'm like friends with on Facebook. And it's like I see every fucking thing they ever do, and they use it to like psychologically manipulate you. Like, there's this guy who played the drums from my high school who I didn't know, and he lives in LA, and like he plays like in a cover band. And I think he's played on like cruise ships and stuff. And so it's like, you know, these people are like friendly people, and so they get likes on their Facebook posts because they have friends that like they haven't like been mean to, or, you know, said they didn't want to, you know, were kind of condescending. Like I don't know. It's like, for me, if I post something on Facebook, I'll get almost no likes. It's like, because I am like a bitter, like negative person, really. That's probably my reputation. They probably think I'm narcissistic. They probably think that I'm pretentious. They probably think that I was not like an egomaniac when they knew me in college or whatever. Or like they didn't even know me in high school, but from what they see on Facebook, I'm just like a libtard, like you know, woke idiot who's like the most pretentious like failure. And so it's like, it's just embarrassing to post something and get like no likes, or, you know, like your mom likes it and like one other person, and it's like this fucking loser from high school gets like 40 likes on every goddamn thing just because he's a nice person. That's not art. That's not creativity. That's just, I don't know. Is it more important to be a nice person? I guess it is. But for me, all of my aesthetic decisions, the way I live my life, my artistic decisions, the music I play, the poetry I write, the fucking way I do vlogs or whatever, it's all an assault on the fucking bullshit corporate consumer aesthetic that I see. I'm trying to live the right way. I'm trying to live according to like a way that I think is ethical and like will live to some kind of long-term life for this fucking planet or society or something, you know? And it's like, I feel like nobody fucking thinks about the future, you know? Like, the future is kind of the most important thing, you know? Like, how none of these goddamn corporations think about the future. They're ready to trash this fucking place to make sure they're in the black for this quarter, you know? Fuck the future. And you know, playing fucking noise music or doing aggressively like anti-aesthetic, low, no budget, no effort, lazy as fuck. You know, maybe I am just looking for like validation for doing nothing. But there's a lot of people getting a lot more validation than me doing a hell of a lot less on the internet. I mean, I work my ass off to get two fucking likes on a video and to get 3 people fucking watching. I mean, I really tap danced my fucking ass off here, trying to think of shit to say. And I love doing it. But, you know, it's like Facebook has made a business out of just like keeping you in this kind of arrested development or something. It's like you're not meant to be in like the small town of all the people you've fucking known since elementary school your whole fucking life. I think that is a kind of arrested development. I mean, that was one of the functions of New York, is like, if you were from a small town where everybody knew your fucking business, you moved to New York, you could reinvent yourself. You could become a totally original person. Now it's like that shit follows you everywhere. People remember what you were. You can't just like lose these people. And not that they're bad people, you know, although if you want to get into politics and shit, you know, Facebook is where you see all the lunatic American bullshit. That's where all these fake AI memes and bots, it's all dead internet, a lot of it. And the boomers and the psychos from the heartland, religious people, right-wing nut jobs, people you went to high school with, or your people you went to high school with parents, or people you were in a play with, or like people you were in a college class with, or like literally most of the people on my Facebook are people I've never talked to in real life. And they just haunt you. And there is this keeping up with the Joneses, like of social clout score, of success, that it just crystallizes that shit. It quantifies it and it puts it right in your fucking face that's what I don't like about Zuckerberg and Instagram and Facebook. It's like they're using your interpersonal drama to exploit your emotions to get you to destroy your self-esteem, basically. They make you feel like you're nothing because you're getting no likes. This other person's getting more views than you. They've got some gig that you didn't get. They have cooler friends with you. I don't know. They're with hotter people than you. They're traveling. They're published in this. They got this job. Whatever it is. The internet just like these social media apps. It is like some kind of society page of just like who's making moves. You know, it's like reading a daily variety of like your fucking your personal life. You know, just like okay, this, and it's like I don't know. It could be a positive thing, like so many things. It could be a positive resource, and yet it feels like it's just used to delve into our neuroses and our wounds, and we're also like employees of these different things. It's like there every fucking couple years there's some new thing that you got to start building a fucking following on. It's like now with TikTok, it's like I got to start all over in like one person at a time. I got to start fucking building like it's some kind of pseudo. It's like you're chasing the carrot, right? It's just like a pseudo audience where it's like someday I'm gonna get there. Someday I'll be famous. Someday I'll be fucking John Mulaney live on LA or whatever the fuck it was. He just live streamed. That's all he did. It was a fucking live stream. Um, it'll never happen. We're all like we know our exact place in the pecking order now. That's all it is. It's the pecking order made visible. And like you're here and your friend is here, you know, and fucking uh you know, fucking PewDiePie or whatever is like way the fuck up there, or Charlie D'Amelio or whoever I don't even know, Mr. Beast. Who the fuck are the biggest influencers? They haven't influenced me, I don't think. I don't follow a bunch of fucking cyber trash. You know, just psycho landfill. It's just disposable garbage, just like every other fucking little fidget spinner. Cracker Jack fucking box prize. And I do want to say Peter Glissman, I think, uses... I said this at the open mic on Monday, but I think Peter Glissman uses... And I'm hoping to return to use the Instagram this way. It's just like he uses it the way it's meant to be intended. You know, you just like post pictures of like, hey, here's a sunset while I'm at work. You know, or like, hey, this is pretty cool. I get to be up here today at this job site. Or, you know, hey, here's, you know, it's like, that's you know, it's just like it's actually, it was a cool little like Polaroid kind of Instamatic diary. It was like this cool kind of like aleatory photo journal. And then it just became like a PR, like a fucking, you know, one of those LCD billboards in the subway that's just like constantly changing advertisements. It's like, I want to see a fucking subway map. You know, just put a fucking subway map on the wall. I want to look at the subway map. It's like, no, you got to look at Swarovski Diamond ad and then fucking the ad for the new fucking movie with Dwayne The Rock Johnson. And who's going to stop this? No one is going to stop this. We're going to be monetized to fucking death. So you better get rich or die. Or you'll probably get rich and die. You know, you'll probably be just exploited and killed. You'll probably be like Justin Timberlake. You're on God knows what, PCP. I mean, did you see his eyes? The dude is on Blow Mountain. He's doing black diamond rails off Blow Mountain. He is he is an Olympic downhill skier. I think he is like he's like one of those long jump skiers. He does those ramp skiing things. He's snowboarding, he's bobsledding, he's skiing. He's tubing down the fucking mountain of Blow. I mean, he had the devil in his eyes. You know, I do. I mean, I do think the motherfucker. First of all, he should have got a lot more shit for the Janet Jackson thing because he's the one who ripped the shit off. If anybody's responsible, it's beloved little fucking ramen noodle head JT, the motherfucker, the Disney kid, been shoved down our throats since he was on like Star Search when he was like, 6 or something. It's like it's trafficking. Justin Timberlake has been human trafficked, just like Britney. And God, just get rid of this guy already. He's such garbage. He's always been garbage. He's trash. He's the reason why our culture sucks. He's in movies and shit. As if we didn't get enough of this motherfucker. So he ripped Janet Jackson's titty off, the bra. And he got away. Nobody implicated. It ended her career. It's racism. It's fucking racism. It's what that is. Because he's white. And he's Disney. And he sold his soul. I mean, obviously he sold his soul. I mean, what the fuck is he doing in the Hamptons? He's a demon. He's possessed by demons. And, I don't know. I'd like to get out to the Hamptons this summer a little more. It's my goal. This is Long Island summer. Justin Timberlake has kicked off Long Island summer for everybody, okay? That was the beginning of it's probably the last summer we'll ever have, okay? So just party your fucking balls off this summer because next year it could be nuclear winter. Everybody might just be spearmint green glowing. We don't fucking know. Okay, I'll do this. This is from my act. Orgasms make everything seem great. You know that moment when you're like peaking in your orgasm? You could literally think of anything. Because it's just such an overpoweringly great. It's just it's really the peak of human good feeling, I think. Is that there's that's the miracle of the orgasm is just for a fraction of a second. It's almost just all pain just goes away. And all your problems just go away. And you could literally anything could come into your head at that moment. And you'd be like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. No, Trump's not so bad. Oh, make America great again. He's pretty funny. Maybe it will be a dictatorship, but oh yeah, apparently there's this revolution happening in Kenya right now. I don't know if people are seeing this, but the people have it's like their January 6th is what it looks like. Except they killed people. People have actually died. I mean, I guess people did die on January 6th, but they stormed the fucking I don't even know what it is, the Capitol or something. I don't know what the deal is. I think it's because they've had their country sold out to American interests. So they're not going to take it anymore. They're mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore. So they mean business over there. I've been watching it on TikTok. I mean, Trump is on TikTok now. He's pro-TikTok. I mean, the thing is, if the guy was a dictator... Now, just hear me out. I don't know. I think the danger is that he does, give his Republican base whatever they want. They got Roe v. Wade outlawed. He's not, like Howard Stern, I think, said this. I think Trump is not anti-abortion. I don't think when you get down to it, I don't think in his heart, I mean, not that there's anything in his heart, but I'm sure he's paid for abortions. Probably a lot of them. I'm sure he's paid for at least, a dozen abortions, at least. Probably more. So I'd say he's probably not the most pro-life guy. But he's going to throw that bone to the people that supported him because of their loyalty. And because they love him, and that he's transactional. He's a narcissist, so everything's transactional. As long as they love him, he'll give them what they, he'll throw them a bone, And so, with him getting on TikTok, I mean, I think what he wants Mnuchin to buy it, probably, right? But that's his way of like, well, this is one of the big things with like the polls in this election is there is a huge difference between, like, for instance, the number of African American people, particularly like younger African American people who support Trump now, or like Latinos. It's like, pretty much last election, it was like 90+% of black people supported Biden, right? Like, that was like this weird thing that Biden had. I don't know if that was because of Obama or he just had the kind of, Diamond Joe thing that, like, he was kind of I don't know. He had kind of a swag or something. I don't know. Maybe, is that racist? Whereas, like, now, I think, well, part of it, I think, was like a social stigma. Like, the whole way that they fucking characterized Trump was like he's racist. And if you vote for him, you are a racist. And not that racism isn't like this very real, like this, that I don't know if people saw that video of Reggie Jackson talking about the way that he was treated in the 60s playing in the South, but it's pretty intense. And people were talking about they were going to burn down the hotel he was in and shit because they didn't want him there. It's like that was not that long ago. And so, racism is a very fucking serious thing, but it's like they also use it as a fucking, particularly the left, they use it as just like this massive persuasive device that just like anything that's racist or could be perceived as racist or is even remotely racist, or like we're constantly policing. Is that racist? Is that sexist? Is it homophobic? Is it this? Is it anti this? Is it anti this? And it's like, you know, the immigration issue is more complicated, and we would like to have to defund the police and to have peaceful mediators and to have, socialized free education and free healthcare. We should have these things. Trump's definitely not going to give us these things. But, those are the important things. And they, like, it's just this kind of broad brush that they're trying to paint people with, like you're good or you're evil. And like the truth of racism in our society is it's still very much here, and it's way more complicated and enmeshed in our system. And like people that like Donald Trump, like, are not necessarily the fucking reason why. Like, everybody's got this idea in their head from Hollywood that, like, if you're racist, you're like this hillbilly from the South that's like burning crosses and shit, and you're like gonna drag people behind your truck or something. And it's like, that's evil. Don't get me wrong. Like, everything that they can do to like stop that kind of thing, or even like Derek Chauvin, like being a modern manifestation of that, or police brutality being a modern, like, these are very real problems. But like, there's just systemic inequality, and there's opportunities that are not offered to people because of, for instance, the tax fucking code. Like the way that school districts are partitioned by income, property tax, or whatever. Like, if you live in a bad neighborhood, you're going to go to bad schools. You're never going to get out of that. There are these kind of like systemic siphons that like sort of slot people into a racial caste system in this fucking country. And representation is a beginning, I think. Further on down the road, I think those things are going to become more and more like entrenched and just part of our system. And so there will be progress, but right now it's like there's still tons of gun violence, there's still tons of poverty, there's still tons of like, O block, or I don't know. There's just, this system is unhealthy in so many different ways. The food, that people eat, the fucking places they live. It's just like it's so dehumanizing the truth of how the changes need to be made. I mean, the best thing you can do for people is give them resources, give them an education, and help them create their own solutions, and create their own, give them something that they want to take care of and something that they have pride in, and you know, Trump was cartoonish, right, about building the wall and shit like that, and so kids in cages, that became like you're a fucking racist, and it's like I think a lot of people reacted to that idea like they're not racist, and we have been educated a lot about race in this country, at least in my lifetime, and so I think a lot of people perceive themselves as like trying to do the right thing, trying to be a good person. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of real racist people out there who like will not associate or who look down on people who are not like them. But, they're not necessarily like fucking burning crosses and lynching people or something in that kind of like, like our Trump people. That's a pretty broad brush to like paint everybody that like that guy's kind of antics appeal to. He's just kind of an amped up version of what the Republican Party already was. He's kind of the best thing that ever happened to the fucking Republican Party. Because he is the ultimate summation of just like divorcing image from reality. It's like his image is all about being rich and whatever. And it's like, and just maxing out what they believe in. Tax cuts, everybody in the cabinet's a billionaire. And but the thing is, right, that was the stigma, was like if you vote for Trump you're racist. And so I think a lot of people probably just thought, whereas now 2024 Trump has been so normalized, and like they've managed to like balance out the idea that both sides are equally like crime families, like Biden crime family, Trump crime family. Trump goes to jail, Biden's kid goes to jail. Trump's kids are doing deals with Russia, Biden's kids are doing deals with Russia. It's like, so I think way more people are socially unafraid to just come out as being like pro-Trump. Particularly people who are probably not white. It's like they probably feel like, hey, we like this guy. We like that he's fucking, he fights for us, and he's a gangster, He's fucking he wouldn't let Putin behave this way. He wouldn't let, this or that happen. He wouldn't let, now it's like he said something about the other day about how he wants to get rid of the income tax and replace it with tariffs, which is like the ultimate Republican wet dream. I mean, that's their only talking point, really, is that they hate paying income tax. That's how they got everybody to hate the government, by just saying, hey, look, the government takes 1/3 of all the fucking money that you work your ass off for, and look what they do with it. Everything's, they waste it on $900 hammers. It's like, no, the truth is they fucking spend it on military bases overseas and endless wars and bombs and $1.6 trillion, fighter jets that don't even work. And the Pentagon black budget that we don't even see. And the dark web, DARPA net, building the internet. That's what your tax dollars did. They built the internet. They built all this wonderful technology. But now it's all about privatizing it, and the government's bad. It's better if business does it, because they're not corrupt. They definitely want to make the best. That's right, Bleezar. Thank you guys for coming out on Bleezer. Thanks for coming out on Monday. It was great to see you from West Virginia. Thanks for, I thank you for noticing the Henny Youngman, Bob Hope. Take my wife, please. Yeah, so, I don't know. We're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. Those are our two options in the presidential election. You got damned if you do and damned if you don't. Take your pick. We're fucked either way. It's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. We just got to go through it. Just keep your head down and just go through it. And just live your fucking life. I mean, I think that is one of the, like, oppressive, unlivable conditions of the modern technology is, like, we live in this constant news umbrella all the time. That's like, if you just live your life and try to conduct your business as usual, you're like unethical, you're a bad person. And so on the opposite, you do everything political and you're always posting about some kind of annoying social justice cause or some kind of bail relief fund or some kind of Palestinian thing, or so it just becomes this endless fucking virtual signaling, which is just like the equivalent of recycling or something. It's like, okay, you feel good about yourself and you're taking care of your little ethical carbon footprint and you're not racist. You're a good person. Everybody like wants to be able to think of themselves as a good person. And so like being not racist is like one of the prime things today. But it's like everybody lives in segregated communities. Everybody's a fucking gentrifier. You know, these people have no qualms whatsoever about gentrifying fucking Crown Heights or Bed-Stuy, all these poets, all these white people from not New York, from the Midwest, from wherever, Europeans, come into New York. They've gentrified Williamsburg, they gentrified Bushwick, they gentrified Ridgewood, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights. Park Slope used to be a black neighborhood. You know, if you watch that movie The Landlord, Hal Ashby from like 1970, it's about how Park Slope was a ghetto and like it was a bad neighborhood, and Beau Bridges moves in and buys a brownstone, and he's sort of like the first gentrifier. He's the first white person who is gut renovating his brownstone in Park Slope. And look at it now. You know, now it's like rich white people, rich suburban people. So people don't have any qualm about that. But yeah, let's virtue signal about, land acknowledgement and colonization and all this stuff. It's like it's happening right now. It's happening in Crown Heights. It's happening in Brownsville. There's white people moving to like East New York and shit. It's like they never thought that would happen. And it's like these are the same people that are super social justice. It's the same fucking people who are like super pro-Palestine. And it's like, you're taking these people's land. You're Israel. The NYPD is going in. It's busting all these people. It's making it safe for the gentrifiers. And nobody gives a fuck. It's like, yeah, we want to have our little poetry reading on our stolen land. But we're going to do a land acknowledgement about something that happened 400 years ago. Because we're good people. Or it's just like, I don't know. In order to conduct your career, that's just like a part of it now. It's the arts have always been like left, at least that, I guess, I don't know if that was part of the appeal, but maybe in a certain way I always conceptualized of myself kind of in that way. My dad was in show business to an extent, I mean, he's a musician, and I think we always kind of identified like Hollywood people do in a certain way, like we're liberals. Yeah, Sheepshead or Brighton, yeah. Yeah, it's still Cuddy there. That's why it's still kind of cool. That's why there's still kind of funky little, like, I want to go to this place, Rollin' Roaster. That looks pretty dope. It's like this roast beef fucking sandwich place. That hasn't been gentrified. They'll turn into a Popeye's chicken probably 20 years from now. Or a fucking, Sweet Green. So you can feel good about your diet, while you're jogging and working your finance job, ripping people's pensions off or whatever. The real estate market, the real estate bubble, making money off of privatizing residential homes. But you can eat Sweet Green and shop at Whole Foods and,
be ethical in your consumption of media. Watch Lena Dunham movies or whatever the fuck. Yeah, Roland Roaster is supposed to be amazing. I saw it on TikTok. So that's a great way for gentrifiers to find out about all the good local spots, all the authentic spots. We're cultural locusts. We have to go in. We have no culture of our own, so we have to go in and just like, you know, sample all the real shit till it, because we like the real shit. But then the golf club people come. See, the first wave of gentrifiers, like the artists and shit, they're actually kind of willing to coexist and be creative and create kind of interesting handmade spaces. But then once it becomes cool and safe, that's when the Meghan McCain, Jenna Bush, country club, golf club, right wing, Fox News children come in. That's where New York is right now. New York's late stage capitalism, and it's all Fox News children and former frat sorority people. I mean, even in fucking Williamsburg and shit, it's just like finance fucking stroller people. So New York Poetry Festival's coming up. I'll be selling books and shit there. Come check it out. Come buy some of my books. Buy my new zines. Maybe I should put a fucking zine together for the festival. Fuck, I'll do that next week maybe. I gotta type up some of my recent poetry. And I don't know. There is no ethical consumption. We're all, what can we do? If you try to defy your demographic, you'll just get crushed. That's what's happening to me. I'm a perfectly good waste of white skin. I could have a finance job. I could have, probably, if I would have, that's what people like me were supposed to do, I think. Not that I'm a wasp or anything. I mean, my parents were, not part of that system really, but I could have probably been I don't know, an engineer or something. I don't know if I was smart. But instead, I tried to be a Hollywood libtard. And look at me now. I just was brainwashed by Hillary, overlooking the crimes in Belgrade and Serbia, redrawing the boundaries there to build NATO bases, to threaten Russia, to keep the project for a new American century going, neo-imperialism. I don't know. I do agree to some extent that America is like probably an important democratic experiment. I think it's been completely subverted and re-engineered over the last 40 or 50 years, but I think there are principles in America that like, are good ideals. We should just take them further. Now that we're in the 21st century, now that technology is advanced and enabled, it's enabled new forms of government, I think. We could have a more specific way of legislating and making decisions, and I think there needs to be. Like now you can kind of see the generality of or the way that our decisions are made, and it just takes too long, it's too cumbersome. And the internet is so micro calibrated and specific. I mean, that's one of the things about TikTok is like it's so specific to your location. It shows you relevant, like that Roland Roaster video. It's like that thing just popped up in my TikTok feed. It's like because it knows I'm around here. It's like that's pretty useful actually. I thought that that was a good use of their technology, and so you see things that are relevant to you, right? And the way that we make decisions as a community, the way that we govern ourselves, we could do it through what the technology enabled. We could vote on our fucking phones. We could do community kind of council things where everybody, you know, you could participate as much as you want to participate. You know, everybody could vote, and if you don't want to vote, you don't have to vote, but you could do it every day. You know, just vote on whatever, you know, could send you information about whatever the issue is. You could educate yourself, read up on it, and then decide. But instead, we have, you know, these no term limit geriatric mummies who are lining their own pockets in this completely like antique. That, you know, our government is like a fucking clipper ship. You know, it's an antique. It's old as fuck at this point. You think about 1776. Jesus Christ, they wrote it with a quill pen. You know, now we could just have AI fucking write the goddamn thing. About the scene. Okay. The scene. Thank you for enabling me to go on an angry rant about the scene. Okay. Well, I'm not good at participating in these kind of things because I don't know. I do want to be number one. You know, I want to be number one, god damn it. And you know, maybe I'm just a big fish from a small pond, but that kind of stuff was possible when I was, I don't know. You know, maybe when you're in high school, you know, I remember I rocked my 7th grade. I did a skit in my 7th grade English class where it was basically Austin Powers. I did an Austin Powers impersonation, and I basically stole like a skit from Saturday Night Live. And I rocked, I mean, everybody in the school was talking about this. There were people trying to get into this class just to watch the fucking skit. When we were doing the rehearsals at lunchtime before the fucking class, kids were literally watching the goddamn rehearsals. Like, they couldn't even contain their laughter because they thought it was so fucking... I don't know what they liked about it. You know, but at that time, I thought, oh my God, I've got some kind of power that, like, you know... I have talent or something, you know? And then in high school, kind of same thing. I was in the... But then you get out in the real world, and you're live streaming to 2 people at 3 o'clock in the morning, and you got 3 likes, and especially in New York City. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's just like... I think there are levels. I think the open mic scene is incredible for what it is. It's a community. And like I said, I'm not that involved with the scene actually, which is like, it's something that I feel like regret and remorse and pain about like every day, because like this is literally the best opportunity I've ever had in my life, and I'm not able to take advantage of it because of my living circumstances, you know, and I'm in an abusive relationship, basically. I'm in an abusive narcissistic relationship where my partner won't let me talk to anybody else, you know? And so, you know, I would really... I wouldn't be that negative about the scene, honestly, if I could be more of a part of it. I'm not as embittered as I seem, where, like, I can't even handle going to shit where, like, I'm gonna get upstaged or something. Like, that stuff, you know, I've been doing... Actually, this is something coming up. August this year marks my 10th year of being really committed as an artist in New York. That's when Scenes from a Life started. That's when I started vlogging. That's when I started really, like, going to open mics with my own shit and, like, really getting a community together. So I felt a lot of fucking embarrassment or humiliation or failure on stage, and, you know, the ups and not getting anywhere, really, and seeing other people get further than me. And, you know, in a lot of ways, I think the internet just pours gasoline on that fucking fire. You know, that's why I talk about social media and the way it tries to make us jealous of it. That it wouldn't be as bad if that wasn't there. You know, Instagram creates problems that are not there. You know, you might have no problem with somebody at all, and then you see they liked somebody else's post or something, or they were at somebody else's event, and you're like, fuck that person. I fucking hate them. I will never, and, I'll just cut them out of my life. And like, I have cut a lot of people out of my life to protect my idea of who I am, but also, um, part of my own frustration is like a lot of time I am kind of like the person that like is like liberate or like introduces people to like their creative life, and there's a life cycle to this in an arc to this that I've seen a few times where like people are very excited about you and they love you and they want to say all this great shit about you and how you're the greatest and blah blah blah, and then at a certain point, if you're not good to them, if you don't give back, they decide you're a narcissistic asshole and they turn their back on you and they start to like disparage you. And so I've been through that cycle a couple times, and that's just the ups and downs, I guess, of trying to be like living in public. But you know, when you see people form a community with each other that that you were an active part of like instigating, and then they become better friends with each other. Like, to be honest, like one of the reasons why I host events is because I'm not good at socializing. I cannot sit there and like talk with people and shit like that. And I mean I could, but like usually people just walk away from me. If I'm like in a conversation with somebody, usually they'll think I'm a weirdo after like 2 minutes and they want to get out of there. And so to be honest, it's just people like me more usually. Like even when we did parties at the Slooge, it was like I was doing the same thing I do now, which is like I'm the host of the party. I'm running around. I'm trying to get the bands up. I'm who's next. I don't have time to just sit there and drink with people. And so part of it is like I don't drink, and so I can't really just like sit there and get drunk with people and like make bond. But that shit is so important. That's everything. Is like hanging out with people. And we live in such a fucking hyper productivity, hyper monetized society that's just like I've never felt like I have downtime to just hang out with people. Ever since I was in high school, it's like I'm always writing, always. I'm always writing, I'm always reading. That's why it's so frustrating to be almost 40 years old and have nothing, or like what I have to show for it is like very organic. It's like this is all shit that like really happened and meant something, but it's like it wasn't like some official. I wasn't in the New Yorker, I wasn't in the fucking Paris Review, I wasn't on TV. Like it's all real shit, but it's just like shit that like happened amongst people that I knew, and just like friends and like local kind of people or whatever. But it sent shockwaves through them. It gave a lot of people a lot of energy, it gave them a lot of purpose. And so it's frustrating to have people turn their back on you. I mean, the Poetry Festival is coming up, right? It's like I didn't get asked to read on that much shit. These people all start their own magazines. They don't ask me to send anything. I really think asking people to submit to your magazine is cruel. To be honest, if you're going to start a local magazine, just ask people. Don't have people submit. That's sadistic. Because then you're going to choose winners and losers. You're going to have to reject certain people. It's just pick who you fucking want and ask them. Don't be like, oh, just send me your poems and I'll judge them. And then I'll send you a fucking rejection letter. It's like, that's kind of shitty if you ask me. But people do it their own way. And so, it does hurt your feelings that like you don't get asked to do shit. Especially, but it's like, it's not transactional. That's a narcissistic way of looking at it. It's like, oh, well, I put you on stage. Why don't you put me on stage? It's like, to be honest, you have to have some kind of hook. It's harder for us to have something like that now. It's like, you have to have a reason for people to want, and like my stuff, to be honest, my personality as such is just like, I go in the face of that. I felt so much rejection from poetry. I've never fit in. Poetry has always been a place for marginalized, most poets are gay. To be honest, they always have been. That's not anything new. For most of history, most poets are gay. I'm actually the fucking outlier. The fact that I'm a straight guy who even gives a fuck about poetry is like pretty fucking weird and rare. So I'm already like queer in a way in my own little fucking like straight white guy fucking world. It's like my family thinks I'm a little queer, you know? Um and so I've always felt rejection, you know, I've always got rejection. And because I don't know, maybe it's just because I come across as confident, but people don't really feel like they have to be nice about it. I don't get like personalized rejection letters. You know, people just tell me to my face no one has ever booked me because I say shit in my poetry like Ashley choked on my dick, or I say I fucked them all, or I say Lawrence Taylor smoked crack, or I say, you know, any that is the way that people talk where I come from. You know, I grew up in a vulgar household. I think profanity is sort of an art form, and it puts a little stank on it. It's like BO. You know, there's something about BO that's actually kind of like human. And it's like we want to stay human. We want to stay animal. And so I don't want to be a fucking machine. I don't want everything I do to be clean. I want to have like real kind of like germ kind of fucking culture in there, you know? Because that's life. These things are life. That's what poetry is supposed to show you. It's supposed to show you the fucking potato with all the dirt on it and all the roots on it still there. It's not this fucking GMO'd fucking fake titty of like a tomato or whatever. It's like, it's real, you know, it's blemishes and all. But nobody, it's frustrating because in a lot of ways I feel like my project is like bigger in scope than people are really giving me credit for, and they are not really assessing what I'm doing on the level that it should be, because I don't really write the way other people write. I don't try to write capital P poetry, right? And with stand-up comedy it's kind of the same thing. It's like everybody goes in with these fucking jokes that are so fucking, they're all copying each other. They're all trying to create this like cadence. I have my own ideas about how I want to do shit. And so it sucks that nobody gets it but Ashley, you know, or like maybe not, she's not the only one. There's definitely people who like what I do. Like there are definitely a lot of people who have said good things about my poetry and blah blah blah. Like I'm not as big of a fucking like I have confidence in what I do. I believe in what I do. That's all I can do. You know, is like I have my own ideas. I follow them. I didn't go to a fucking MFA program and have somebody go, this is good, do this, don't do that. I don't want that. You know, I follow what I believe, and I don't trust anybody more than I trust myself. You know, I've met, maybe this is what everybody thinks, but I haven't met that many people that are smarter than me, to be honest. You know, there's a lot of fucking smart people out there, but there's not too many people that I've really wanted to take advice from, to be honest. And that, you know, with the poetry scene, I would like to participate more. You know, I don't even feel like bitter about it. I know that I need like personal boundaries. I try to establish those. It doesn't work. You know, the boundaries that I have now are the boundaries that I can put in place, which is I have my week to myself for the most part. I can do my live streams, and she doesn't come to the open mic. Those are the boundaries that I have. You know, I'd like to, you know, figure something else out, but it's frustrating because I feel like I've been in a holding pattern for like the last year. I can't move ahead because I can't go to events. I can't show people that I'm like a part of the community and a part of the scene, because it's exciting to have a scene. You know, that was my dream, you know, when doing this. I know that I'm not going to get credit for it. You know, probably sooner or later they'll probably write articles about like the Brooklyn open mic renaissance or something and all these zines and shit. And I know that I won't get any credit for it. To be honest, the Pete's shit, all of those people, they were doing their thing on their own. you know, Carlos, Tatiana, Billy Pedlo, Kelsey, all of that school of people, they were already doing their thing. I'm not claiming that I had any influence on those people really at all. You know, like I've been in New York for a long time, so I've been to a lot of shit over the years. And so I started going there in 2021 and I connected with those people, but I was never really a part of that. They were always very nice to me and I like going there. And I'm not trying to take credit for like their community of people. They already had that. And what I will say is a lot of people copied my fucking zines, you know, and I wanted them to. If you watch the early open mics, I'm constantly saying start your own open mic and publish your own magazine. I was saying that practically every fucking show, and I would bring my zines out to show people here is how you fucking do it. And I've been doing this for years. I mean, I've been doing these zines since 2018. You know, this is not new for me. And it's a long, you know, I've done a lot of them. And then people who I used to give them away for free, people who got my zines printed their own zines. They didn't thank me, they didn't acknowledge me. And when I complained about it, they would look at me like I was the asshole. If I was like, these people copied me and they, you know, they didn't give me any credit and I'm not, they would like look at me like, well, you're a bitter piece of shit. Fuck you. We don't ever want to see you again. And I've contributed to a lot of things that I haven't gotten credit for, you know, like, because if you encourage people and you show an interest in them, it goes a long way. You know, everything in our society, that's one thing I've noticed with the open mic is the people that come back are the people that like I am enthusiastic about and I sort of actively, and that's a lot of people, but like it means a lot to people. You know, we don't get that much positive. Everybody's so interested in their own little career and their own little whatever. But you know, I definitely like all of these zines that are being published now, it's like they're not directly copying like my style or anything. And like I didn't invent the fucking zine, okay? Like I guess I didn't invent the open mic or the zine. But like, and I'm just copying Mimeo shit, really. I mean, I'm copying the New York culture of the 60s or whatever and those Mimeo kind of artists. But you know, it's partially my own. It's really my. That's what's hard about people not reaching out to me about opportunities because I can't get around that much. You know, I can't go to open mics like I would like to. And you know, the other thing is when I perform on Mondays, I'm not really trying to like I never have a plan. I never rehearse anything I do. And I'm sure that's obvious to people because a lot of times it's very messy. And like this week I played piano at the beginning, which I don't really do. And I thought it was interesting, but like, I don't know if the audience necessarily thought it was the greatest thing they'd ever seen. It was kind of weird. You know, I never do stuff that weird. But I was trying to be spontaneous and improvise and tap into, you know, I usually can be pretty good at that. But, you know, at the open mic, I'm not really trying to, you know, so people that's all they know about me, you know, is I'm a great host, I've got great energy. You know, way before this open mic, but way before I started doing this, if I go to an open mic, I know I'm going to stand out. I will always get people coming up to me afterwards telling me I did it. Smart people, you know what I mean? And so people see me on Monday and they just think, okay, this guy's crazy or whatever. You know, we're gonna book. You know, they look at everybody else like that person was good. That person was good. Maybe I'll ask them to do something. They don't look at me like that. They look at me like, hey, thanks, man. Thanks for doing this. This is really cool that you do this for us. And I'm, like I said, I'm not trying to make it transactional where it's like, hey, you're on my show. You got to book me on your show. But it would be nicer. It'd be nice if people ask me every once in a while to do some shit, you know? Especially if they're gonna fucking uh they're all on shit. You know, all these people that I've given visibility to are all they're all doing features and they're all doing but I don't know. I'm writing for I don't even know if I have an audience. You know, no one is I have a very specific niche of like Irish Catholic toxic you know, women don't generally like what well, they like my poetry. They can maybe they just think I'm nuts and I have a lot of confidence because I go up on stage and say psychotic things. But they just think, wow, this guy's really got some confidence. He's just said some crazy shit up there and like didn't even flinch. But I'd like to believe it's because they can tell how much work I've put into it. I think there is truth to the idea that if you do something for 10 years, you get good at it. Like, I've been doing poetry so long that I just think I've got a lot of repetitions and a lot of kind of muscle buildup. So it's like, even though I don't get booked on shit like that often, I'm also not a part of like the pipeline of official verse. And politics are a lot of that, you know. In a certain way, I'm kind of pre-disqualified because of who I am. Like, I know that sounds like sour grapes or like I'm making an excuse or something, but like poetry is such a small world, and all of the woke politics are just hyper intensified. It's like a requirement, you know. It's like if you're not a certain identity, it's like it's the chances of you getting booked. I mean, particularly during Trump era, were like almost none. Yeah, I do need to clip more of my streams and like put them on TikTok. That's for sure. But I don't know. You know, part of my vision, because I do consider myself somebody who has vision. That's what vision is you see, okay, let's start an open mic, publish a magazine, give it to people for free. That's like people have my book. They can read it on the train. You know how much it means to me when I go to somebody's house and they have one of my books on their shelf? Like one of my little chapbooks is like on their poetry shelf. It's like, that's huge. What do I hate most about the stand-up scene? Well, okay, here's what I will say about it is like, to be honest, it's really not even worth going to these fucking open mics and shit because honestly, I just feel like I can't do what I do and succeed because I love the idea and the art form of stand-up comedy, but it's become like so simplified to just like roasting, you know, like racial jokes, fucking, and just like jokes in general. You know, it's like everything has to be distilled to like, oh, how good of a joke can you write? It's like, I don't give a fuck about Colin Jost and how good his fucking jokes are and him and Michael Shea are like trading jokes. It's like people have, they kind of have too much awareness of stand-up comedy. It's become like too much like Monday morning quarterback. It's like everybody's an armchair quarterback because every fucking douchebag in this country who's kind of like a bully thinks they can be a comic now. It's like, yeah, I'll just get up on stage and be a prick. And that's like stand-up comedy. Yeah, reality sandwiches, exactly. Scribbled sweet notebooks and wild typewritten pages for your own. So, you know, stand-up comedy, I just feel like it's they don't want like some kind of intricate word jazz. You know, that's like, I think people do want truth. That's what they find in like yapping, but it's just like everything. Poetry's the same way, where it's like unless you're writing poetry that sounds like capital P poetry, and everybody's gonna recognize it as like this heartfelt. It's like with stand-up comedy, it's the same thing. Unless you're telling jokes that like register as fucking jokes. To be honest, I haven't even been going to any open mics in a while because I just felt like this was more fortuitous, or like there was more coming to like fruition through this. It's like this is what I'd like to do on stage, but like that's not that's not, you know, in stand-up comedy you have 5 minutes to go up there, and so it's different when you're talking to people with an audience because it's like you're digging a hole. You know, it's like quicksand. Unless you're making people laugh, you're digging deeper into this hole where people are just like, this guy's not funny. He's bombing. And there's like a social anxiety and fear that goes with that I don't really think is warranted. Like, who cares if you're not funny? Like, who gives a fuck? It's like you have to get a certain number of laughs every minute. You have to get a laugh every 3 seconds or something, or you're not a good stand-up comedian. And I guess that's like what stand-up comedy is, but like, to be honest, I think they all suck. You know, like stand-up comedians who get too much mic time, it's like any of the famous people, like I don't see any of these people that impress me. They're all like kind of grotesque. You know, they have to become kind of like gross people in a way. They have to become like, because so much of it is about bodily humor, or like Whitney Cummings, like talking about sex or whatever it is. And it's like, who do I think are like the worst? I think the worst thing you can do as a comedian is like start attacking the audience. I mean, particularly if you're like saying racist shit. Like, comedians are so fucking defensive, and you can tell the difference between, okay, somebody who really ripped this week, Peter Girl, he went on not that late, but like maybe at like 11 or something. So he had had a few drinks, and the way that he was performing, he just had this, like, his persona, you know, he had kind of Rodney Dangerfield voice, and like he just created this kind of like rhythm where he was just like, you know, he was just like rolling, you know, and he's like, oh yeah, you know, and it was just like, it was really fucking hitting, and it was like, that is kind of what you're supposed to be doing. And the mark between like a really good comedian or somebody who's like who's like doing a good job, and like somebody who you can tell it's like they just have like some kind of psychological issues or trauma or something, and they turn on the audience really fast. You know, the bad comedians turn on the audience. One thing I hate about stand-up comedians is they all jump on the hecklers. Like, they feel like they have to police their stage so hard that like anytime anybody says anything, they just like, they say the meanest fucking thing they can possibly think of back to the person. And it's like, you know, these people are here to have a good time. And like, if you're going to insult somebody, it better be funny. It's not just like, you know, roasting is not just good because you're like insulting somebody. It's like, it's supposed to be funny. And it's like, a lot of people, like, they're just mean or they're racist, and it's like, they're not funny. It's like, if you're going to say something fucking racist, it's like, you better be fucking funny about it. And so it's like, to be honest, comedy, there's so many people doing it, and it's like, it's weird because you can get success online. Like, a lot of these comedians do have like even a not very good stand-up comedian might have like 1,200 followers or something, just because they go out and do it so much. Or like, you know, if you're like, a lot of these New York comedians have got 30,000 followers or 100,000 followers, and it's like, at a certain point, it's like, why even do fucking live shows? You know, like, I love doing live shows, but in a certain way, it feels like a fucking thankless task now, or just like, it's just like a cosplay. It's like, I want to go out and do this because I like to do this. I mean, I guess you're trying to learn how to go on tour and like work in that way, but to be honest, if you can get 100,000 people watching you on fucking line, or have 2 million people seeing your video, I think it's interesting how a lot of comedians have time to do both, to be honest. Because, I mean, I could get a lot more done if I had boundaries. You know, that's another thing that's frustrating. Is like, I would love to have a talk show, like, online, you know, where I interview people and shit from the open mic. That was one of the ideas I wanted to do a year ago, but I just couldn't do it because my life became what it is. But, you know, I would love to. I don't just want to always yap. It's like, I'd love to interview people. It's just like, I don't really have time or organization to do that. Or, like I'm saying, it's like creating content for Instagram Reels, creating TikToks, doing this. and pursuing like trying to build like a live career at the same time. It's like one thing I will say about comedians is like a lot of them rely on their fucking material, and their material's not any good. It's like they come and they say the same bad jokes every time. It's like fuck your jokes, or like try something new. You know, like I think with comedy it's like people get so focused on seeing if their jokes work or this or that. It's like just be funny. You know, like if you're really gonna go for that, it's like you gotta make fucking people laugh. The thing about having a sense of humor is it really is like a sense. You know, poetry is like that too. It's like you don't necessarily know where the lines come from, but you can kind of feel like petrichor. You can kind of, oh, there's something funny here, you know, and then you can just jump on it if you can grab that kind of invisible voice or whatever. If you can grab the line, you know, you can do it. But uh, you know, the comedy scene does seem supportive of each other. It seems like, if nothing else, like they have a great time. You know, not to be a dick, but like a lot of comedians are ugly. I think that's why they become comedians. You know, a lot of the thing about poetry is like it is actually pretty hot. I wish that poetry was as big as comedy. Like that's my dream. That's what I'm trying to like. That's really what I'm trying to build here. Is I'm trying to build this other in between form. You know, by having comedians, by having poets, you know, and my favorite acts, and that, well, maybe not my favorite, but the acts that are like the ones that I'm like truest to what I'm trying to like are the ones that just like they're sort of poets, but they just kind of come up and like read their notes and just kind of like talk about ideas they had. Like I love that. You know, I love when smart people just talk about, you know, interesting kind of esoteric. Yeah, John Giorno is like a comedian. He's got like a jester quality. He's hilarious, you know, and he's accessible. You know, with poetry, people just like corny shit. They think poetry is like this like potpourri. It's like buying flowers. It's like, oh, I'm gonna add some poetry to my day, because it's just this nice, kind of pleasant fragrance. Like, oh God, it's like maybe it's emotional. Maybe it'll, you know, take me someplace or like, you know, ravage me emotionally. But like my top three comics from the open mic. Ah, God. I don't know. You know, to be honest, there's so many of them that like. To be honest, I generally don't like comedians that do material. I like the people that just kind of talk and have a more conversational way. I mean, maybe that's just my. It's like classic rock, you know? Classic rock is so chiseled, everything's in place. It's like Boston more than a feeling. Whereas, like, I like shit that's a little more like Grateful Dead, or I like jam bands, you know? I like. Or I like shit that's ragged around the edges a little bit. And so when you improvise, Hugh Romney, Wavy Gravy, has this thing, third stream humor, right? Where it's like he opened for fucking Thelonious Monk and shit. He opened for Coltrane. He would just kind of improvise kind of spiels or whatever. I kind of like that stuff. So my three favorite comedians, I would say the funniest, some of the funniest, you know, I think, to be honest, I think Lawrence Reese is super fucking funny. I mean, I'll just name some of my favorites. I won't necessarily put them in order, but people who actually make me laugh. Well, here's an idea I had. Let me know what you think about this. I thought about, for New York Poetry Festival, I thought about just booking comedians. I thought about asking you and Jason T. Cucker and Danny Fallon, because I'm just like, you know what? I've had a lot of comedians write poetry, and maybe that would just be an interesting thing to do. You know, rather than just have, you know, all the poets that I know, my relationships are just kind of fried, or like Ashley will get mad or whatever. I just thought, you know, what if I just get comedians? If I get interesting comedians, like that's the kind of poetry that I'm kind of trying to pioneer. Like there should be an improvised poetry. There should be a fucking, you know, I don't just want to bring in the same fucking thing that everybody else is bringing. It's like, you know, I've been booking New York Poetry Festival since like 2018 or something. I've booked a lot of people, so it's like I kind of want to do something different this year, you know? I've had a lot of good readings. It's like it might be fun to have, you know, I think Jason T. Cucker has interesting avant-garde kind of take on things. Um, who else? Who else is actually funny? I mean, I got, you know, Jason King, of course, is like a total pro. Um, I think Joe Levy is actually funny. You know, he's somebody that just like he's just like funny. You know, he's got kind of silly reflexes. But like I think stand up comedy club culture is like a different thing. Like these clubs have become like macho. You know, they need people to drink. That's how they make their money. And you know, female comedians I think are exciting. You know, it's exciting to see. You know, I like Matt and Jack comedy. Those guys are super funny. They're not really stand-up comedians, but they're interesting. You know, I love having the clowns too. People like Brian Fernandez or Miriam Mason or Matt Silver, right? Or you know, people that are just kind of off the wall in that way. It's all cool, you know. And so throwing it all together, you know, ideally a perfect comedian would kind of have all that stuff. A perfect comedian would have poetry, physicality, like a beauty to the way that they move. They'd be philosophical and make strong points. They'd say things that need to be said about, you know, like George Carlin, right? Or Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy. They all fucking have kind of a strong mime. Um, do I hate? No, the thing about dating stand up is like I feel like I just see the same thing over and over again. Like you could talk about dating and sex and actually be really interesting. I think comedians, you're like in this place where you want the audience to like approve of you or like there's like this contentious relationship where it's like you want them to like you and approve of you, but if they don't, then it's like fuck them, fuck the audience. There is this great George Carlin thing where he's talking about if you didn't do that good one night with material that worked before, it wasn't you, it was them. It was the audience. Fuck the audience. It's their fault. It wasn't you. You were great. And I was like, that's the attitude you need. Fuck the audience and like do your thing. You know, that's what it's really about. It's about expressing yourself. Who else? But you know, people could talk about more important things. I think, you know, like abortion got outlawed. People think they have to turn everything into a fucking joke, and that it's that a lot of comedians will make self-deprecating jokes about like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna get up and solve abortion in 5 minutes. It's like they're kind of abdicating responsibility. Like you should talk about fucking abortion. Like a lot of comedians are like, oh, I'm not gonna be so pretentious as to like, you know, condescend to you. Like I've got all the answers about this shit. And it's like, I don't know. Like, I think a lot of things are being overlooked. You know, like they're not talking about important fucking things. And the way that they talk about dating, they kind of want to blend in and be like conformists and not stand out, but they also want attention. And so it's like, I think as a comedian, you do kind of have to be fearless, but like a lot of, they're just not smart about how they do it. You know, like there's ways that you could talk about race or sex or wokeness and be funny and be smart about it. That's what people are looking to comedians for. They want somebody to tell them what to think. They want somebody to tell them, hey, this is what's wrong with society, and this is like, you know, haven't you noticed this? It should be this way. And then you go, fuck yeah, you know, everything is what was it? Everything is great and no one is happy, or what's the Louis C.K. bit about, you know, everything is amazing and no one is happy or whatever. You know, that was like a fucking meme of just like the way that everybody explained reality to themselves. Who else is funny? I mean, uh, I don't know. I think in comedy it's just so hard to fucking stand out. To me, the people that are being more artistic about it, uh, yeah, like that's the stuff that I'm drawn to. I like people like Colin Quinn, who it's like, yeah, he's a club comic and he can do jokes and stuff, but he's also got this kind of storytelling quality. He's got an interesting perspective. I mean, I'm not the biggest Marin. I think he's kind of corny in a way, but you know, he's he's not corny. He's just way too popular. Marin should not be as famous as he is and successful. I mean, I like Marin, but he's way more famous and successful. It's like give some of that fame to somebody else. It's like I guess better him than some of these people, but some of the obviously some of the female comedians. I think Claire Donaher was really interesting, and Victoria and Joan Flaherty was really funny and interesting. Talking about shit that mattered. A lot of comedians, like, I don't know, you can tell I don't know, they kind of share too much, or there's something about them, like, I don't know, it's less chic. It's hard to be chic and be a comedian. But, like poetry, it's like you meet really sexy people who are really smart. It's like comedy, everybody's got to turn themselves into a clown. They probably have some kind of exaggerated physical thing which makes them feel like they have to be a comedian. I feel like a lot of people get into comedy because they're short, or they're tall, or they have some kind of weird features, or, who is really funny? A lot of these African comedians. Like, God, I forget the guy's name. Mike, there's a guy, Mike Intezongo or something. And then there was another guy from Africa. What is his name? Chingy or something? Shingy Nakamura. He's really funny. Like, he's legitimately, like, he could work a club right now. And, I think you have to do it a lot to not take it personally. Like, these comedians that are just starting out, they bomb and they go, ah, and they turn on everybody. It's like, that's the worst thing you can do to an audience, because you're going to make the audience get scared. They're going to tense up. They're going to have bad vibes. You're going to stop drinking. And it's like, that's what you're there to do. Honestly, if you're in live entertainment and you work in I heard an interesting thing is there's different levels of touring artist. If you make your money as a performer, as an artist now, it's probably from touring. And there's the working class, the middle class, and the upper class. The upper class is like the Taylor Swifts, the Harry Styles, people playing arenas. Their concerts are like an event. Louis C.K., right, plays Madison Square Garden. It's like a fucking event. Chappelle, probably John Mulaney. Then, like, the middle class is like people that are playing mid-sized venues. They're not playing arenas necessarily, but they might sell out theaters, this or that. And then there's working class, which is like club comics, people playing smaller rooms, bars. And like your job, and my dad taught me this, he played in bar bands, that's always been my model. I like playing small clubs. I mean, I'd love to play arenas, but I think there's something very romantic and cool about small rooms. It's the human size, you can hear everybody breathe. You can feel that audience, And your job is really to sell alcohol, As a bar band, as a comedian, it's a 2-drink minimum. Like, your job is to sell beer. And so you got to get people. That's what laughter is, right? It's an autonomic response. It's involuntary. And it's getting people to say yes and to open. You're opening them to spend money. If you're getting people feeling positive, feeling happy, spiking their emotions that way, then you sell them something, because they'll say yes. They're ready to spend. They're having a good time. They want to feel euphoric. And so laughter is kind of like the drug. I just think that there's, things that people do that piss me off most at the mic. I mean, I hate. Okay, here's one of the things about it is, and I do want to come do the interview, right? It's just I couldn't do it this week because of Monday's probably not the best day, but I could probably do literally any other day. So I'd love to come do another IRL interview. But things that okay, the thing about the open mic is if I get too many people, it actually becomes kind of scary, because it's a little different than if just like 60 people came out to see me or 80 people. Because if I sign up 50 people or 60 people, then I'm going to have all of these fucking people coming up to me. Hey, when am I going to go on? Hey, put me on soon. Hey, I got to go on before this time because I got to work in the morning or blah, blah, blah. And so that's the part about it that like is scary, And so, it was great when we had these nights that were like packed full of people and I could barely get to the stage because I had to walk over people and stuff. But at the same time, that's actually kind of scary and harder for me to do because I've got way more people signed up. There's way more pressure on me. I got way more people coming up to me being aggressive about, hey, I want to go on now. It's like, it's one of those things that like, if you don't have people there, less people want to come. But if you got a shitload of people there, then everybody wants to come. And people can sense that. When that room is really full, that's when people just come up and they're like, hey, put me on right now. And it's like, fuck you. That's the hard part. It's like, stand-up comedians, poets, musicians, they don't have to deal with that. If you're a rock star or whatever, you don't have to deal with fucking people coming up to you being like, hey, when am I going to go on? Like, there's tons of people in between you and everybody else. Me, it's like I'm vulnerable. I'm not that bored. That's one reason why I don't go out in a crowd that much, is because it's like, who is going to grab me, try to talk to me? What are they going to want? I got to go back, do the sound. I got to get this person off stage. I got to run the fucking show. And so the thing that annoys me the most is definitely people who are obnoxious and aggressive about when they get to go. And they always want to go early and shit like that. And so, like, I'd love to have, more. But if I get too many regulars, that's also kind of bad because then I'm just putting up the same people every week. And, how much money are they really spending? And, I don't want to, like, extort people for money. I hate that it's as expensive as it is. That was never the way that I wanted to do it. But hey, as long as people are paying it, then if they're fine with it, to be honest, it's a premium show. It's a good room. You're paying to get in front of that many people, and it's Manhattan. It's the center of everything, and so I try to make it as worth people's while as I can. But other things that annoy me, I mean, yeah, the people that think that they're like super fabulous and they deserve to go on. Like I had these two people that would come, and if you read like a really long story or something at a mess in the house, like read the room. Like you can tell if you're going on way too fucking long. That's the other thing that annoys me. Like, okay, tuning on stage. Like this guy, last Monday, we were having a great show and we had a good room. I thought it was a female name and I read his name and it was the wrong person but I read the name already. So he came up and, I'd even said, you're on deck, you're in the hole, blah, blah, blah. And dude, if you're a guitar player, tune your fucking guitar before you get on stage. So this guy gets up on stage and he's tuning his fucking guitar forever. And it's like, dude, this is prime time. There's 45 people in this fucking room and you're tuning your fucking guitar. Like that is the most amateur shit you can possibly do. Have your shit tuned when you go on stage. And so that, and also like if I put you on at 10 o'clock and you read some fucking story that goes on for 12 minutes, it's like, you know, that can work sometimes. Like if you read a story that's 7 or like I'm not that strict about the 5 minutes. If you do 6 or 7 or 8 minutes and you're good, fine. Especially if you're like a marginalized person, fine, great. You know, if you're whatever, you know, if you want to read a 6 or 7 minute thing, it's not necessarily going to be the end of the world. But if you read a 10-minute long story and you're not even like looking up and you're just like in it, you know, that drives me insane because it just brings the whole show down. And the other thing is like, it's hard for me to tell if people should play one song or two. Generally, I like when people play one song, but if you can fit 2 into 5 minutes or 6 minutes, that's cool with me, you know? But then the problem is everybody thinks they can play two songs. Like this one guy I put on this week, supposedly the sound guy for Chris Stapleton was at the open mic, which I'm not sure, but so he wanted to go on early so this guy would see him. So I'm like, okay, fine, cool. You know, I want to do you a favor. But then he went up and like he tuned and then he gave these long intros to his songs. And then the songs were like 4 or 5 minutes and he played two of them. It's like, dude, you were on stage for like 12 minutes. It's like, I got 40 fucking people that got to get up there, you know. I got to keep shit moving. And so, you know, I try to be as considerate. I don't waste a lot of time between the acts. I could get up there and bullshit more and I could do a song right in the middle of the whole fucking thing, but I don't do that. And so that's kind of the hard part about it, you know. I don't really get the benefits out of it that I should get. You know, I'm doing a lot of work on this and making all these connections. And the problem is I'm just frying my relationships with people. You know, now all these people know who I am and they think I'm like a weirdo or a creep or something that just like takes pictures of them or like doesn't show up to their events or complains about it on YouTube, talks shit about them behind their back on YouTube. And it's like, I would go to more stuff. I mean, you know, I was doing open mics practically every fucking day before, you know, I had to move out of that fucking apartment. I mean, that was my life. I was Mr. Goddamn Open Mic. You know, I was going to every goddamn thing. I remember we met at the Producers Club. We were at a fucking open mic that like no one was at. And so I'd love to go to everything, but I don't know. I won't go into it right now, but so it's like I kind of do a lot of work for this. I do get paid and like there's visibility to it, but like, you know, I don't really get to go, you know, a few times when I went to open mics like last spring, people treated me like I was a fucking king. You know, they were like, "Oh my God, Matt Proctor is here. Jesus Christ." You know, and that's a pretty good feeling. You know, it's pretty nice to fucking have people like treat you like you're special and be like, "Oh my God, fucking Matt Proctor, wow, you know, can't believe it." And I feel like that kind of aura is not quite there the same way. So that's frustrating. You know, I mean, that's the ups and downs of show business. Sometimes you're hot, sometimes you're not. But I wasn't really able to capitalize on it. You know, I wasn't really able to like ride the momentum. And yeah, that's what I want to do. I mean, one of the things they're going to do, or even just be good to the community. You know, it's like a lot of people have come to my open mic a number of fucking times, and it's pretty shitty for me to not go to their stuff. You know, are you still doing the one on Tuesday at 6 p.m. By the way, I would love to come out to that. You know, I'd love to break into those places. You know, that was my real goal. Is like I'd love to break into Comedy Shop or Greenwich Village Comedy Club and just like they could be doing a lot better shows. I feel like. You know, like I could book a show there and probably do something pretty interesting that people might like. But, what was the last thing? Oh yeah, KGB. I don't know if people have seen, but that Crane Theater that was in the first floor has left, and they're renovating that space, and they're gonna put like a nice theater down there with like a bar, and it's going to be bigger than the Red Room. So I was talking to the owners yesterday, and they sort of, they're committed to doing it. They want to do it for like years. They're talking about it like, oh, this is only your first couple years. It'll grow. It's like, I've been doing it almost 2 years. I don't know how long I can keep this up, to be honest. Like, it's just a lot of fucking work, and I'm kind of getting worn down, not because the open mic. It's just it's other things. But they were talking about, like, what I would like to do. I'd like to do a monthly, once a month best of the open mic, where I have featured, maybe 4 or 5 or 6 featured acts, do 20 minutes a piece, so they get more time. Yeah, have it be a ticketed show. But they basically said they want to use the Red Room more for like private events, because they have people that want to book it, and it's kind of, it's on the 3rd floor. It's like a speakeasy kind of space. It's kind of hidden away. That's part of what's cool about it. But I think if we were on the 1st floor in like a big theater space, we'd get a lot more traffic from the street. So they kind of hinted that if I got a big enough audience, they might let us move the open mic downstairs whenever that space is finished. So I'm kind of hoping for that. Maybe once they finish that space, that would be a way to kind of make it exciting again. I think certain people just kind of got, the novelty wore off. It was exciting, particularly for writers, to read at KGB Bar. And for some people, that's still exciting. But, if you do it every fucking week, none of these other people are doing shows every week. Every other open mic is like once a month. I do a 4-hour fucking show at least every week. So I've got, I've already done hundreds of hours of show. And it's all in the Scenes from a Life video library. You can watch every open mic ever on the YouTube playlist. But maybe I'll do, oh God, what time is it anyway? Let me just check. 2:21. Okay, so maybe I'll do, oh God, maybe till 3 or something. Maybe I'll do 24 more minutes. So I'll do 4 hours. This will be like 2 shows. I think I might go live again tomorrow, because I only did 1 yesterday. And like I said, this is what's working. It's a slow build. I get like 1 follower a day. I've never been able to crack just into some kind of like, viral spree where I get hundreds of followers all the time. But thank you guys for watching. Yeah, so, it's a complicated thing, juggling all these personalities, all these disciplines, comedians, musicians, poets, fiction writers, clowns, whatever it is, local performance artists like John King. But, for me, it's like, this is me being a college professor. This is my classroom, sort of, It's a cabaret, it's show business, it's performance, but it's also like, I'd love to be a college professor, I'd love to have a job teaching, and make actual money and have prestige and clout that goes in position. But I don't know. I'm just like a outsider, gutter Catholic. I have to do everything like the most impoverished way. And the most unrewarded way. I don't know. I'd like to have better relationships with the community and the scene. I feel bad that, like, because, it's hard to get people to like you. It's hard to get people to be like, oh, wow, this guy's cool, And, when people, especially in New York, getting people to, like, know who you are and be like, oh, man, we're excited, Matt Proctor's here. It's like, that's not easy to do. And so, like I said, I'd like to be a little bit better and give back to people, spend more time with people. But, it's also just like I'm getting older. My parents are getting older. I don't know how long I can keep this up, you know? I don't know if I can do this forever. Maybe I will. I don't know. I feel like not necessarily the open mic, but just being on stage in New York and being in New York, like this is where I have to be. This is where I'm meant to be. But it does feel like a thankless place in a lot of ways. I mean, New York, they can get whatever they want. And right now, you know, the media industry, the influencer industry, it's like it doesn't want people like us. It doesn't want middle-aged white, you know, men's rights activist streamers. It wants like it can get, you know, Ilana Glazer or uh, you know, queer people of color, let's say. Yeah, I got to do more shorts. That's right. That is the way to like pipe people in. That's a good idea. And it's not that hard to do. One of the things is I just don't really like going back and watching it. And it's a lot of material. I mean, it's like 2 hours, 3 hours, a couple times a week. I can't really remember the best parts always, but I need an intern. That's something the KGB manager suggested me this week. So I should get an intern to help me run social media. So I need an intern to help me clip my live streams. I need somebody to do social for me. I need to Can I just get AI to do that? Can I automate that somehow? Or Siri, clip out the funniest shit from my live stream and post it. Well, yeah, I mean, that would be the obvious choice. Ashley would be the obvious choice. I guess I should make her my intern. She already is kind of. Am I her intern? I feel like I'm her intern. She's like the opposite of an intern. She just sabotages things. She's like anti-productivity. But I don't think she would. I don't know if she'd be the best audience for to be the intern. I don't know. I need like some edgelord 20-year-old. Maybe I could put an ad up at like the New School or something. Yeah, Ashley has her own gigs. She's on her way. I mean, Ashley's going to be on a book tour a year from now. You know, her book is going to get published. They're going to put all this publicity into it. She'll go on a book tour. You know, her next book will probably come out with fucking City Lights, to be honest. You know, and she's done the work. She deserves it. You know, like Ashley really has worked hard on her writing, and she has got the mind for it, you know. She's got the brains. Who are some of my other favorite comedians? I wish there was more alt comedy. I don't see a lot of alt comedy. Maybe I'm in the wrong places, but like, it doesn't seem like stand-up comedy wants like alt comedy at all. Even on Monday night, I don't see alt comedy. You know, I think that's why that poetry clashes so hard with the fucking comedy. It's just like, you know, people that are alt now, it's just like they're woke. You know, it's like women talking about how they're gay or they're bi or like they hate men. Or the comics I hate. I mean, there's a lot of just like douchebag kind of alpha males that are like comments. That are like, negativity gets views. Now there's some fucking wisdom right there. See? That's truer words never spoken. That's why we're in this downward spiral as a society. Because negativity is clickbait. Okay, who do I hate? Let's talk some shit. I mean, to be honest, let me talk about some poetry for a sec. We'll get back to comedy, but let me talk shit about some poets by name. Who are my favorite poets? I mean, to be honest, I don't go to anything anymore, so I don't really see that many people. We had this girl last week who was from Sarah Lawrence. She read this poem about dragons, but she was also just talking about dragons. She was excellent. I like that stuff. I really like Millie Ephraim's act. I think she doesn't like me anymore because she tried to convince me. She sent me some messages about Israel that I wasn't that responsive about, and I appreciated like hearing her point of view. Like it definitely like got me thinking and kind of made me reevaluate in certain ways. But like, I'm not good at DMs. No, I think hot people reading poetry is amazing. I think Natalie is really amazing. I think she's very, very good writer. She's very talented. I've always supported hot people reading poetry. But it's like there's levels. Once again, it's like if you really want to be in Poe biz, it's so tied up in academia. It's like if you don't write that way, you either have to become kind of some kind of slam poet sensation, where you're like Fatima Ashgar or Hanif Abdurakib, or Tommy Pico, I guess, would be an example of somebody who's sort of like almost not. He's not really slam, but he's like very like queer coded and kind of chatty and gossipy and pop culture. I think he might be a writer on Reservation Dogs. All the poets that get successful try to go Hollywood or write a novel, because being a famous poet is not really enough. You can't really get famous or rich enough as a poet. That's one reason why I look down on like these influencer successful poets. It's like they just want to be famous and rich. It's like they're already like gods of fucking. Yeah, okay. He's not slam. But it's like accessible. You know what I mean? Like your average fucking person can hear Tommy Pico and be like, okay, this is funny. This is kind of like chatty and smart, It's not slam per se, but it's like it's not that different. To be honest, that's one reason why I don't like. I can respect a lot of people's writing and like what they're doing, but I just don't like it. There's not a whole lot of it that I really identify with, like aesthetically, and that's Ashley is one of the people that I would say is like I feel an affinity. I mean, that's something that Jeff Wright said after our last reading. He's like, you guys sound like each other. It's like, well, gee, does she sound like me or do I sound like her? Because I've been doing this a long time. Who else do I want to talk some shit about? I mean, yeah, so it's like, I don't know. There's not a lot of people that I like. That's part of what's hard about it. Is like I've done, I'm just so fried with poetry shit that I'm just like so discouraged that I'm just like I'm not enthusiastic about it. I don't really want to read poetry that often. If poets want to come to the open mic, I love that. Like if a really deep poet will come, that's fantastic. But like, I try to embrace all kinds of poetry there. And I like, I'll support all kinds. I'll be positive about a lot of different people's writing, but they're not reciprocal. Let's just say that. They don't love what I do. They probably are mystified by it, or they just think it's a bunch of fucking shit that I just slopped together, which is sort of what it is. I don't know. I don't know what I like out there, to be honest. I do think that like a lot of it has to be corny or people don't like it. People want Sam Sachs. I think Sam Sachs is garbage, frankly. I'm not a Sam Sachs fan. I've seen him read, and he's like, he's accessible and he's a good enough writer that like people take him seriously, but it's just not my thing. The image is not my thing. Maybe I'm just too steeped in like dad poetry. I want like yesterday's avant-garde or something. And who else has come in recently? There's always people that come in and read interesting things. Um, Thanks, Adam S. Thank you for watching. Yeah, I'm gonna get off in 10 minutes. I'm gonna do 4 hours. This is a 4-hour marathon. It takes 2 hours to really get warmed up, you know. Yeah, just nobody writes language poetry anymore. Nobody cares about. You know, I like Song Cave publishes some good things. I've been reading this recently. Um, Frederick Mayrocker, who I think is German. This is a really amazing book, but she's old. I think she might be dead by now. This is Eddie's book. Eddie Berrigan is probably my favorite contemporary poet, to be honest. He kind of strikes a nice balance between abstraction and playfulness and science and information and I don't know, kind of, I guess, a boyish kind of video game Star Wars sensibility. I mean, I think Emily Skillings is great. She's one of the best. Ah, the Macaulay of Class. Okay, we'll check it out. But who's like younger? Who are some Gen Z kids who I've seen recently? I thought Gian Gonzalez was excellent. Um, uh, I picked up Lix Z's book, which was about like Fast and Furious. That was pretty cool. You know, I guess I'm kind of outdated. I don't know. It's just like I haven't really followed like the edgy poetry that's out there anymore. A lot of these kids live in LA. I liked what that Hot Pink magazine was publishing. They had like their eye on some good stuff. But you know, and everybody that I know that's like in the poetry community reading at open mics, I think they do quality stuff. I think it's beautiful, you know. I think it's good. But it's a lot of it, like I said, it's just a different sensibility, I guess. And I don't know. I wish that I had been like embraced more by poetry world, because I do feel like I could be an even better like resource or like you know part of the scene. You know, I could do a lot more. I could publish a magazine. I could book more readings. I could submit to more publications. You know, I could write criticism. You know, I could. Um, you know, I think Nicole Wallace is probably one of the best younger poets. She's like the interim director at the Poetry Project. She's amazing. Alma Birch is amazing. I love Alma Birch's work. I give Alma Birch my full endorsement. You know, I just like that old New York school. Don't let the New York school die. You know, don't let it die. Why? Just keep it alive. We're here. This is New York, goddammit, sort of. It's a simulacrum, but it's still there. I like Dave Morris's book, Speed the something. He's like a local kind of he's like the owner proprietor of the Better Read Than Dead thing. I thought his book was good. Down the Ravine is what it's called. That's like pretty old. It's probably a decade old. Yeah, I don't know. I like people that do like talk pieces at the open mic. You know, I like those people that are kind of in between poetry, talking, comedy. You know, if you can throw some music under your poetry, that can be amazing. I don't know. I guess in a certain way, I wish that it wasn't this like the fact that poetry is like imitating this celebrity culture and this kind of influencer culture, at least like in the biz realm, where it's like, oh, I'm Gabrielle Bates, I'm in the New Yorker, and I'm on my book tour, and I'm published with this, and I'm seen with this person. It's all this like blurbing, you know, this network of people that are just sort of scratching each other's back. And if you're a woman, it's like, oh, you're going to support all the other women and you're going to hate all the other men, all the men, unless they're daddy or something and they get into New York or somehow. They're some Columbia douchebag. Um, who else is out there? God, who is doing good work? I don't know. Honestly, I feel like that's been sort of one of the things that's frustrating about the avant-garde of today, or leading with sort of like a woke, for lack of a better word, is like, to be honest, I just feel like the work has got less interesting. It's like now the avant-garde is just like sort of like I just, yeah, C.A. Conrad's amazing. One of the best. Jackie Wang, Hannah Black's book was amazing. That's why I read poetry, because you get information there that you don't get anywhere else. You get smarter takes, deeper takes, things you never thought of before, real analysis. This woman, Sempiternal Hypnagogia, she comes to the open mic. She's a pretty interesting writer. She did a pretty amazing um, she did an amazing performance this week where she was kind of talking and she was reading. I like that. There was this other woman, Bex Z. She came to the open mic a few months ago. She was excellent. Her Instagram poetry is really good and interesting. Like, I think a lot of people are just like on their own. They're like off on their own somewhere writing poetry, almost like secretly. They might be doing really interesting stuff, sometimes. It's not always, people in Fence magazine or whatever. It's not always just some Ben Fama approved Kit Schluter thing or whatever. Arlo Quint was talking about the other day. I think he's excellent. He's a little older, but he's somebody that people probably don't know. Arlo Quint. He's like I think he's like a New York poet. I don't know. I like stuff that takes abstraction into a kind of beauty that's recognizable. Like there's a kind of figurative abstraction to New York school that's playful, Joe Chiaravolo kind of stuff. I think one of the greatest victories of the open mic is a number of comedians have read poems there and written poems. I think that is a huge victory. If we can get male comedian, toxic, bro, polluted, evil, shitty men, just bad men, ugly men, rat boys, just gross, disgusting piece of shit, waste of... They should just die. Just kill all the shitty men. Kill everybody under 6 feet tall. Just do it. Let's just start over. We don't need any men under 6 feet tall. Just kill all of them. And then we'll just start from there. Yeah, so I think, honestly, the comedians have written some of the more interesting poems, I feel like. Oh yeah, we're in Jim Belushi land now, everybody. It's primetime Belushi hour. I'm not talking shit about anybody individual. I think Simona Blatt's poems are excellent, actually. She read a poem about the secret life of plants. That was like 2018, and I remember it. I thought it was excellent. She's somebody that, in a way, doesn't get enough credit, I don't think. 1080 Press, they get a lot of credit. They're kind of the cool kids of New York City poetry. All the 1080 Press people. This guy Tanaya, Nasir Frederick, and Tillman Goldsboro, and I think the dude's name is Vlad or something, who's like the publisher. They're like the cool kind of contingent of, you know, the core of like the it crowd in Brooklyn, I guess. But I've always just been some kind of rodeo hillbilly straight guy. I'm too fucking white, too fucking male, I'm too fucking hetero, I'm too fucking Ohio. Hot too, you gotta spit on that thing. Poetry, poetically speaking, of course. Yeah, the late night. See, I knew doing it later would be better. I feel like people. This is a late night show. This is like Space Goes Coast to Coast here. All right. I'm gonna go till 3 a.m. Okay, maybe 5 or 10 more minutes. Okay. Too pale, too male. Yeah. So I get on YouTube and I complain about it to the other white guys. We're all on YouTube now. They kicked all the dad white people up on YouTube. We're not allowed to. We'll never get anywhere on Instagram. We're not like bops. We're not. You know, Instagram is completely gaze. It's completely visual, and that is it. That was part of like the mechanism of wokeness. It was like everybody does performative activism through Instagram. So it's like anybody who's not white you can see on Instagram, and you're like, I'm gonna follow them. I'm gonna support them. My girlfriends, you know, who are all slaying, girl boss, slay, put your titties on Instagram, slay, 10,000 likes, 40,000 likes, 400,000 likes, 2 million likes, 2 million views, just for throwing ass. And here I am digging myself deeper, making sure I'm never going to get hired to do anything because of my controversial racist opinions, my racist, sexist opinions. This is my shoot interview. Matt Proctor, 4-hour shoot interview on New York stand-up comedy, New York poetry. Naming names. First names, last names, proper names. 1080 Press. 1080 Press is what it's called. They do a newsletter that they mail out. The dude's got some kind of fucking like ancient printing machine, which, you know, I think that's a little of an affectation. They're probably rich kids. I don't know. I don't know what their story is. But everybody in New York is kind of a preppy now. That's what sucks about it. Everybody is kind of a fucking private school douchebag. And they smell like it, and they look like it, and they sound like it. They all got soft hands. That's why I live with the open mic people. Kingston, New York, exactly, yeah. Yeah, they're doing good work. They have a nice group. They started in Philip's fucking workshop. Is that Philip? Is S.A. Weber Philip? They all started in Philip's workshop, the Motley. That was like one of the generations, one of the classes of Motley. You know, Philip's great. He's a great teacher. He's a great New York instigator and creative kind of catalyst. A lot of people have launched through his kind of tutelage. Got to give mad respect to Philip. I mean, Sparrow is incredible. We were lucky to have Sparrow on Monday, and Truffles. He brought his friend who was a monk. We had like a legitimate monk. This guy was wearing like orange robes in the fucking KGB bar. So Sparrow's like, I got to go on at 9 p.m. My monk friend is going to be there. And, he's got to wake up at 4:45 for some kind of monk thing. I don't know. I just wish there was more raw shit, you know? I don't know. There's just like kind of a pseudo wisdom, like Good Bones. You know that poem Good Bones by Maggie Smith? She's from Columbus. Columbus is like one of the satellite poetry capitals. Hanif Abdurraqib, Saeed Jones, Maggie Smith wrote Good Bones. It's corny as fuck. It's like a Martha Stewart poem. You know, it's just a gentrifier poem. It's like it's got good bones. We'll gut renovate it, but it's good bones. You know, this brownstone that we bought in Crown Heights got good bones. Tear all the shit out. Let's kick the black people out of the neighborhood because they're scary. But we called the cops on them, on their block party. But we love this Maggie Smith poem. Talking shit, everybody. Talking mad shit. I think that is one of the things that needs to happen. A lot of comedians are like beating around the bush. They don't want to be offensive, and so they get caught in like this no man's land. But it's like, just say it. Just fucking say it. Just say fucking Maggie Smith sucks. All right, we'll do 10 more minutes. This has been an ultra marathon. This is an ultra marathon stream. So the worst comics I've seen. I mean, anybody that talks about fucking their cousin. I mean, those, I hate to like pick on anybody, particularly because it feels anti-Semitic. Because the only guys that talk about this are like the hardcore Jewish guys. It's just, that's, and okay, maybe I shouldn't talk about this out here, but like that's one of the creepiest things about living out here. It's a Hasidic Jewish neighborhood, and I live right across the street from this facility that I'm pretty sure is like for retarded people. And the thing is, they, you know, they marry within their own bloodline or whatever. That's like, they want people that are within the religion, and so they have sex through a sheet, and like they create these inbred children that are like genetically fucked up. And that's really fucking creepy and weird, if you ask me. That's not good, you know? I mean, maybe that's not my place to say, but like being in this neighborhood, it's kind of scary because you see, they get angry, they scream, they seem like they're really having a bad life. They're trapped in these bodies that are like fucked up because of genetic fucking mutilation, because they were the product of incest, actually. You know, and it's kind of hidden out here in the middle of Brooklyn where nobody ever fucking comes because it's landlocked and shitty. And they don't want people coming here, to be honest, I don't think. Because they're fucking their cousins and creating these fucking mutant people. And so any comedian that comes up and talks about how they're in love with their fucking cousin and they want to marry their cousin, that's, I mean, no, they're nice people a lot of the time. Joe Levy has a great sense of humor about it. He's definitely the funniest about it. With him, it's like funny, you know? It's like he's able to make it work. It doesn't seem quite as bad when he fucks his cousin and talks about it on stage. It's like, but the thing is, like, their whole act. I won't name any names, but there are definitely, there was a guy that used to come in and every week he would talk about fucking his cousin and how he was going to marry his cousin and shit. It was like, I can't condone this. I'm sorry. I mean, this is not good. This is bad. Maybe that's a Christian, I don't know, Christians probably fuck their, everyone in this, according to Pornhub, every fucking porn video is like, my family pies. I fucking cream pie my stepsister. It's like, yeah, that's hot. He cream pie his fucking stepsister. Yeah. It's like, what the fuck is going on in this country? Is everybody fucking their cousin? That's crazy to me. I mean, I had mostly male cousins, so I guess I don't really relate to this. Is this a universal? I mean, I definitely, like, really loved my cousins when I was growing up, and, like, it was special. You know, there is a special thing, because, like, they're kind of like you, but they're different enough that it's always exciting when you see them. You're like, oh, man, I love my fucking cousins. I love hanging out with my cousins. Maybe if they were female, I'd, want to marry them, but I don't think so. I mean, incest was pretty much discouraged. In fact, I think it was illegal in a lot of states. But with religions, you can get away with all kind of shit. You don't have to pay taxes, whatever. So anyway, who else are the worst comics? Um, Naming names. I'm gonna name names here. I don't like anybody that's mean to the audience, to be honest. Like, don't be mean to the audience ever. Go to therapy. You're a toxic male comedian. You should be in therapy. It's not a good look. Fucking your cousin is just not a good look. You know? Like, we get it. Anti-Semitism is bad. We don't want to be anti-Semitic, but, like, if I'm criticizing you for wanting to fuck your cousin, it's not anti-Semitism. It's just an observation. I don't know. It's just something I've noticed. It's hard to overlook being out here, to be honest. And that's why people like me were never meant to live here. It's just a fluke of chance in the system and my own peculiar little way of falling through the cracks, I guess, of society. I've never seen so many dead hookers in my entire life. I watched Dirty Work for the first time. I can't believe I've never seen this movie. But Jack Warden is Kuzu Daddy. That's all I'm going to say. And people should have a fucking sense of humor about things. So, who are the worst comics? I don't know. To be honest, like, they're all pretty bad. They're few and far between the ones that, like, really can get something going on, you know? Some of them are good. Like, there was this guy, what is that guy's name? Pete or something? I was on the Claire Donaher show, or fucking Claire Lichtenstein show with this guy. I forget his name, but he was good. He was like, you could tell this guy could probably do 40 minutes in a club and like, it really worked. You know, he was somebody that was writing jokes, but like, they actually worked. They weren't just like attempts at jokes that weren't funny. Yeah. I got my nose bit off by a Saigon whore. You could never say that in a movie now. Forget about it. You'll never. They killed comedy with their woke politics. They just don't want us to have any fun. You know, they want us to just be on antidepressants and just continue to buy, spend. The worst comics in New York. I don't know. They're all bad. I'm trying to think of any of them that are actually any good. You know, one of my pet peeves with comics is some of them are just like super hot chicks that like get on stage and, you know, like, not that they're not funny, but like, there are certain comedians, I won't name any names, but like, they're getting way more, like, who's that chick with all the tattoos? Natalie Cuomo. You know, like, more power to Natalie Cuomo, but like, Natalie Cuomo, I've never seen her act, but like, my brother Jack saw Natalie Cuomo. She's like his type. He was like, damn, who's that? It's like, that's why Natalie Cuomo is like on Jim Norton's show and shit. Because she's like this tatted up, like, bop. She looks like millennial trauma garbage. You know, she just is a cum dumpster. I'll say it. I'm sorry, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I can use the word cum dumpster. That's the vibe. I'm sure she's not a cum dumpster. Whitney Cummings is like more of a cum dumpster. That's like her act, is how she's a cum dumpster. I don't see too many women that are like cum dumpsters, really. There's not too many cum dumpster comedians anymore. Now women, they just get up on stage and talk about how they're bisexual. But which means they date men, but they talk about it. You know, they all make this like joke about, that people make about vegan. Like, I'm a vegan, which means I eat, you know, I don't follow the rules, but I talk about it constantly. It's like every, like, woke female comedian makes that joke. Like, oh, I'm bisexual, which means I only have sex with men, but I talk about it constantly. It's like, Gen Z, you know, I do think that, like, it's it goes hand in hand with them to like coolness and sexiness and like wokeness. It's all one thing. It's like white guys not cool, but if you're a person of color, if you're queer, if you're trans, it's like what you have to be cool. It's like if you're not that, you're not being authentic, or like, it's just like you're not current. Like that's in fashion. It's like you have to be that, or how are you gonna get booked at Caveat? Caveat is like they're only gonna book, you know, wheelchair accessible, like trans fucking POC queer. And it's like you just sound like a bigot if you point that out. You just sound like, oh, you're a fucking racist bigot piece of shit for even talking about it. But it's like, well, they don't want us. So we've just been thrown in the cum dumpster of history. The white guys have just been thrown into the cum dumpster of history. It's really sad. It's very sad, let me tell you. That's why everybody, has to think Trump is funny and shit. All right, it's almost 3. Who else do I think are bad comedians? Let me name some names. I mean, there are definitely hot ass comedians. I don't think there's any poets that are as hot as like some of these comedians. Like, and they're getting way further, I think to some degree there's like a divide in comedy where like certain people go because it's woke. Like at Saturday Night Live, they want you to be woke now. They fired Shane Gillis like that. I guess they had him back, but they just go with the times. But it's like it's ethical consumption once again. It's like we're seeing other points of view. We're seeing marginalized people and say their piece, and that's fine. But it's like a lot of I don't know, it's an exciting time for stand-up comedy because it really feels like everybody's fucking trying it. Everybody's throwing their hat in the ring. And it's like the town hall. It's where everybody kind of says their piece. But it's way less funny and artistic, I feel like, than it used to be. I mean, comedy used to have a lot of, I don't know. Maybe that's just, there's this theory that, like, you just like everything when you're younger better. Just because, like, right, you were younger and you just have nostalgia for that. But I just think there is a competency crisis. Things have degraded in quality in every way. They've become diluted in our society. And, I don't know. There's hot chick comedians that it's great that they get up on stage and talk. Like there was this one chick from Canada who came in, and I've noticed this with a few hot chick comedians is they just talk. She mentioned something about how she wanted to get raw dogged or something, and it's like you're a hot chick and you're on stage you're talking about getting raw dogged. It's like, of course, every guy in this place is going to be like, "This is great. We love this." And the women are going to be like, okay, it's a female. Great. But that's not comedy. And one thing I think is kind of annoying is like certain comedians will just like Shane Gillis does this, where like he kind of laughs at his own shit before like the punchline gets out. And it's like, that helps, but it's also kind of cheating as a way to get over. It's like just because you're laughing on stage, like you should be making yourself laugh, but it's like you're kind of encouraging the audience to laugh with the fact that you're laughing. It's not because of the material completely. It's like you're kind of creating a mood of, you have to do that. You have to kind of like get that vibe and get that kind of percolating in people. But yes, I think I don't know. There are definitely people that are naturally funny, and I think a lot of times a sense of humor is like a survival mechanism. Like if you're fat, if you're short, if you're ugly, if you're Buddy Hackett, you got to find a way to get people to like you and to get laid. So you better be fucking funny. You know, if you're fat, you better be fucking funny. And so you can kind of see that. It's kind of sad in a way. Certain people, in fact, you know, I'm not, I think a lot of the most funny people might be the most toxic or something. Like Chevy Chase. Apparently Chevy Chase is just like a huge prick in real life. It's like, you know, sense of humor is a lot of some of the funniest people I ever met, they didn't necessarily use it for good. They used it as a way to control people. They used it as a weapon. You know, they used it to like. I definitely okay. Here's one thing that I will say. Having done stand up, I have the first time that I ever did a set of stand up comedy was over 2 years ago. It was June 5th, 2022. So I have been doing it and I've seen it a little bit. You know, I'm a little bit involved. And I will say that I do think that like being a stand up comedian is not necessarily about being it's definitely about making people laugh, but like I do think that it's almost just like a form of public speaking. You know, especially now. There's like these traffic patterns that are like as much a part of it and just like crowd management and handling an audience and like kind of like getting buoyancy in an audience. And I definitely think that like there's a lot of like craft that you have to like internalize. You know, like my brother Jack is probably like one of the most naturally funny people I've ever known. And a lot of people say this about him. A lot of people tell my brother, like, dude, you should be a stand-up comedian. Like, you're funnier than most stand-up comedians. Like, he's kind of a Bill Burr. He's got red hair, and he's kind of cynical and, you know, complaining and whatnot. People say it's like Conan. People have always kind of Conan me kind of reminds them of Conan a little bit. But, you know, there is I don't know. I don't know if he could get up on stage and turn that into, like, success. Maybe. I think maybe you have to have that initially. Like, people like Chappelle, people like Richard Pryor, Carlin. To be honest, I'm not sure if George Carlin is naturally funny. He might just be so fucking good. I think he's got, like, a wry kind of Irish... Like, I'm sure he's funny. I'm sure he's hilariously funny, but, like, so much of George Carlin is, like, craft and writing and precision. And, to me, he's number one. I mean, George Carlin is still number one. And to me, to be honest, there's nobody really even close. You know, I don't think anybody is even close to, like, in educating people as much. And saying things that are relevant and fucking... The dude just understood, like, the science of comedy. In an innate way. Whereas, like, Chappelle is somebody that I just feel like is funny. You know, he can get up on stage and just bullshit about anything. And it's like, it's gonna be fucking funny, you know? Like, his rhythm... That's so much a part of comedy, like cadence, your speech patterns, the music, you know, the cartoon of your vocalization. That's why I think so many comedians, they kind of copy each other's, like, speech patterns. You know what I mean? Like Peter Gurl was really killing on Monday, but he sounded just like Rodney Dangerfield. You know, his whole, it's almost like his whole music was like Rodney Dangerfield. And that's awesome. But it's also like, is there an originality? You know, I mean, even Chappelle is kind of doing Richard Pryor stuff a little bit. You know, you can see the influence kind of past. A lot of comedians sound like Louis C.K. They kind of borrow his little... details and, you know, his little mannerisms and shit. You can kind of see who they learn from. But, I don't know. I don't know if I've actually laughed that much hanging out with comedians. You know, the funniest fucking person I met recently is Eddie. Eddie is fucking hilarious, man. if you get that dude talking, Jesus Christ, like he'll say some shit. He'll blow your mind with just like poetry stuff. He'll just like slip into poetry when he's talking. You know, because he grew up around that. His parents are the greatest fucking poets in the English language. And so he can just slip into that. The reason why I think Red Scare is so popular is because they're just insanely hot. I mean, Anna Kay is like the hottest woman. I'm sorry, I hate to say it. She is so fucking hot. I'm just gonna say it, okay? Anna Kay, please. I know you have a child, but watch my live streams. Like and subscribe. I'm not a huge Red Scare fan, but they're just famous because they're hot babes, you know? They've got vocal fry. If you're a hot chick and you kind of sound blasé about everything, people will watch you on the internet. I'm not like a big Adam Friedland fan. I think he's like a psyop. I think there's probably some kind of Curtis Yarvin money in that, but he's too deadpan for me. Eddie's parents are Alice Notley and Ted Berrigan. Who Alice Notley just did a interview in the Paris Review. That's excellent. I recommend it. I mean, every time I read an Alice Notley interview, I'm like, she hates the same shit I hate, and yet everybody's a fucking academic. You know, she rails against academia and MFA and all this shit and boring poetry. And it's like everybody worships Alice Notley and nobody listens to her. Nobody lives that way. You know, it's just nobody has any fucking principles. Yeah, I don't know. I tried to watch Adam Mullen. I didn't really think it was that funny, you know? But that's just me. I'm a boomer. I'm culturally a boomer. I identify culturally as a boomer, okay? The Ed from... No, this guy, his name's Eddie Berrigan. He's a poet. He taught a workshop I was in last year. But I've been an admirer of his work for a long time. He's got a book on city lights called More Gone. But I guess like he comes from kind of a similar, you know, like Alice Notley's got these poems about like the X-Men and shit. And Star Wars, you know, like Ted Berrigan mentions Wookiee in one of his poems. You know, which, you know, he was almost dead at that point. Ted Berrigan was born in 1934, so the fact that he put Wookiee in one of his poems is pretty astute. But Eddie and Anselm, his brother, I think were, you know, they were kids. They were watching Star Wars. They were reading the X-Men comics. And so I can relate to that kind of stuff. My sensibilities probably, you know, that's like representation, I guess. I identify, you know, I feel perceived. I feel seen. But he's not, you know, he's not a comedian. In fact, he left because he came to the open mic a couple weeks ago, and he left because Alberto Botero was saying the word queef so much. Alberto Botero has like a 5-minute bit about queefing. Queefing. He's queefing. He's queefing. You know, he's queefing. He's from Colombia, so he's like, I was with this chick, she's queefing. We were fucking all night. I was queefing with this chick. I think he's hilarious. He's got a, you know, he's just got a funny vibe. You know, he's funny, but he's not like grotesque about it, you know. He's still kind of a cool guy. He's got kind of cool hair, cool clothes. But like he's, you know, I don't know, maybe it's just foreign accents. Maybe I just find foreign accents funny or something. Maybe that's just disarming to me. You know, to some degree, I think foreign people are kind of trapped in like these comedic kind of clown personas. Like if you come to America and you're Russian, you don't speak English that well, everybody kind of treats you, you kind of sound like, you know, a clown. You kind of sound like that guy from the Jim Jarmusch character who plays the two flutes, you know? And I don't mean that like in a disparaging way. It's just like, you know, that's probably not their actually personality. If you hear them talk in their native language, they might be totally eloquent and smart and well spoken, and then they come to America, it's just like, oh, she's she's quaffing. I don't speak good. I don't speak good. You like this? You like this? Yeah, good, good. So it kind of become, I don't know. You just kind of go, that's funny. The word funny just means it's like, it's a little different. It's just like it's just kind of off, like what you're habituated to expect or what you're attenuated to or something. It's like that person, like that's why you laugh at retarded people or mentally challenged people or whatever. It's like, oh, that person's different. That's, I guess, the cruelty of humor. I think that's why it's kind of an interesting time for comedy, because it's like they're wrestling with this. It's like you can't be offensive, but you still got to be funny. It's like, okay, well, a lot of comedy is based on differences between people. That person sounds funny. They look funny. Isn't it funny that these people eat fried chicken or fucking whatever? Polish people are stupid or whatever. We're outgrowing that, okay? So, I don't know. With the open mic, and it's like, I don't know. I wish there was like a stand-up comedy that was like hyper educated, hyper eloquent, hyper, sophisticated. Yes? All right. Well, maybe it's time for me to go. This is over 4 hours. This is almost 5 hours of pure high octane entertainment for everybody. We've talked shit about, we've alienated ourselves from everybody. We've named names. Not really. I didn't say anything that. I didn't really say I didn't like any comedians. I mean, I think it's, natural selection will weed them out soon enough. They'll get to do open mics for a few years. There's no, the thing about it is it just feels like a place where scary, I mean, our society kind of typifies men in this way already. We're all loners, scary, incel, mass shooter potentially. And so a lot of people like that, no, I'm just kidding. Go to comedy, and so there is a lot of like toxic anger. I think that's like being hostility. There's a lot of hostility in comedy, right? A lot of disappointment, a lot of trying to control people. A lot of it's about control. I think in my own life too, it's like I'm a little bit of a control freak, and I don't really like going into situations that I can't control. And stand-up comedy is like the ultimate form of control. It's like, oh, I get up on stage and you have to listen to me for 5 minutes. It's like, why? I think that's part of the anxiety of being a stand-up comedian. It's like, you have to make it worth it for these people. They're listening to you. There's a potential mob. They could turn against you at any time and crush you. So you have to give them something that's worth their while, but it's also a consensus art form. You have to get a consensus of just like everybody to like what you're saying and to think it's funny. Poetry's not necessarily like that, although it's kind of like that now. All these open mics and shit, it's like you have to write shit that people like immediately. It's not really my thing. The truth is not necessarily something that can be immediately understood, or don't understand me too quickly. I forget which poet said that. Robert Frost, or I don't know. Frost has some kind of quote like that. If you understand something too quickly, you didn't really understand it, So, some poet said something like that once, like, don't understand me, but not too quickly, If you understand it too quickly, it's like, you didn't really get out of it what you're supposed to get out of it. God, how is there 6 people watching this now? I can't get anybody to watch in the afternoon, but All right. Well, thank you for watching, everybody. Godspeed, and have a pleasant tomorrow. I'll probably be back on tomorrow. Who knows what time I'll wake up, though, so... I'm going to try to maybe do an open mic tomorrow, so we'll see. And, yeah, we'll talk soon. We got to do that IRL interview maybe next week or something. All right. Well, thank you guys for watching. And keep fucking fighting the good fight. Adam S., Ben Callahan, S.A. Beaver, everyone who tuned in. Free Julian Assange. He's free. He's free. We're all free. Finally, Hillary's going to go to jail. Fare thee